Instagram know that we're live. Hey, I am live. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. How's everybody doing? What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? We are about to hit 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. We are less than 50 subscribers away from hitting 500,000 subscribers. I thought I would say that at the beginning aspect of the stream because it's absolutely insane that we're near 500,000 on YouTube. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. What's up, everyone joining in? Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that I'll be putting up on the TikTok screen here in a second. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? We are so close to 500K on YouTube, everybody. So close, less than 50 subscribers away. Meaning we are absolutely going to hit it this stream. I'm super excited, Chad. I'm so excited. That is so fucking crazy. You are on late today? I know I'm on late today. I'm going to be on early tomorrow, everyone, 9 a.m. Pacific time. So I know I'm on late today and then early tomorrow. And then Tuesday, I should be on later in the day as well. So we'll have a later day on Tuesday as well. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok. We had 67 likes on YouTube. That's hilarious. On the TikTok screen, everybody. We were just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates, everyone. We're actually at 25 subscribers away from 500K on YouTube, everybody. We're 25 subscribers away from hitting 500K on YouTube. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, are you obsessed with me? You join my live every day now.
What?
You join my live every day now. You love me.
No, but hey, man, I had to get on and tell you I love your shirt. I love Snoopy.
Let's go in the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
We love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
January 8th, 2008.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Mostly, like, recently I support him because of, like, the Iran thing. Like, him bombing Iran.
Okay, why do you support that?
Because I think it's good, like, for the United States.
Why so?
Because it helps us? I don't know. Because, like,
how does the war in Iran help us?
from us getting bombed, so they don't bomb us.
But we bombed them first.
Yeah, that's good.
Wouldn't that cause them to bomb us more?
No.
Yeah. That's
our
how war
military-
works. When you bomb someone else, they bomb you. That's how war works. Did you know that? Did you know that Americans have died because of that?
Yeah, only like 3, right?
What do you mean only 3? Wow, that's a crazy thing for a Trump supporter to say. I thought they cared so much about our service members and the fact that they wouldn't die. He just said only 3 as if they're expendable, by the way, just to clarify there. Also, what about the children, the civilians that have been murdered?
Like the Iran civilians?
Yeah, the Iranian students.
I haven't heard of this. Could you explain?
Yeah, look, look up Iranian girls' school is literally blown up. There were like I think the death toll was over 90.
Iranian girls' school. Wow.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and like I think that makes no sense. Why do you want that? You want another forever war in the Middle East that historically speaking has led to destabilization? Barbie, think of the galaxy. Why do you support that? The American people don't. And this is simply what Donald Trump is doing to distract away from the Epstein files.
Yeah,
He
I
is
don't
he is
support.
letting American soldiers be murdered, right? He's letting children in Iran be murdered because of this.
Yeah, I don't support like the Iranian people, like the girls like dying and stuff. But I don't know, because I used to be like a Democrat like a couple months ago, and
What?
I yeah, I don't know, and I'm trying to like
But you said you
get.
like this in Iran, but like it doesn't sound like you do.
Wait, what do you mean?
It doesn't sound like you do think that it was good for Donald Trump to start war with Iran. I mean, I don't think Donald Trump in the past did. Do you want to hear some interesting quotes?
Sure.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Well, that's one video. There's also here another video because he was talking about this over and over and over and over and over and over again throughout the context of his administration. Take a listen here.
We'll have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have.
He said no new wars. He said, I'm going to end all the wars. And now you're supporting him starting wars? Because he has no ability to negotiate? And he's weak and ineffective, according to his own argument?
Chat. I'm not trolling. I'm being like so serious.
Don't respond to chat. Respond to me.
Okay. What were you saying?
You didn't listen?
No.
So based upon Trump's own argument, he's weak and ineffective, has no ability to negotiate, said he's not going to start wars. He said he was going to end all the wars and create peace. No new wars. And now you're supporting him starting wars with Iran because he's weak and ineffective and has no ability to negotiate?
Wow. I don't know what to say. I guess you got me here.
So why do you support Trump?
Another reason.
No, not another reason. Why overall do you support Trump? Taking that into consideration.
That's pretty much the only reason why I supported him.
So
I
then you
guess.
don't support him anymore?
I don't know.
Nice. Appreciate you coming up. He can change his name from being Trump 2028 to getting rid of that shit. Crazy thing to have in his name, by the way. By the way, we hit 500K on YouTube, everybody. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. 500K on YouTube is crazy. That is insane, chat. Absolutely insane. Felicia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Felicia in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's hilarious, Felicia. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next debate here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Connie, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, fuck me, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. 19.
Have I debated you before?
Oh, yeah, Parker, I missed you.
Weirdo. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean's stream. I think he's probably just about to end the stream right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Robert, think of the $10 on Venmo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean's stream. What's up, everyone joining in? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, will you debate my partner? I'm 29.
Are they with you right now?
Yeah, here you go. Debate him. I mean, that's the whole point. We got him on here.
Hello.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yo,
are
what's
you gonna
up?
debate him?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I love you, Parker. We love you.
Oh, okay. Steph, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate on YouTube Super Chat. Get some W's for Steph in the comment section right now. Let's get this next person up here. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean's stream. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are
Can I
you?
count on your vote for 2028 for Kanye West?
No, definitely not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
August.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, just the economy-wise, like with his first term and stuff, just gas was at a good price. Well, considering I'm not an adult, I don't know if I'm really qualified to speak on this.
You're
Considering
not
I
an
don't-
adult? How old
No,
are you?
like I don't live on my own.
So you're still an
I'm-
adult. You're 19 years old, right?
You mean
Kennedy, I push the galaxy.
I'm talking about like as far as living on my own, paying for my own things. Like I don't even pay my own insurance really. So I wouldn't even say I'm qualified to speak on many things, but I did vote for him.
Okay, but why?
Well, I like his I like his border policies, his immigration policies. Do
Okay.
you believe?
What border
I guess
policy?
if you would ask, what do you mean? Closed borders, and all.
You're cutting out.
And be down on and deported back to your own country of
Hey,
origin.
you're lagging out.
I'm
You're
sorry.
lagging out, man. Is it? Just letting you know, I can't really hear you.
I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to fix
I hear
it.
you now. I hear you now.
I'm just
So-
saying. I think that. All right.
Sorry, there's a bit of a
Go ahead.
delay. Go ahead.
I was just saying that immigration policy, as in illegal immigration, should be cracked down on. You should be deported to your own country and come back legally through the process.
Okay. So do you think Trump should go through the legal process in trying to deport people?
What is non-legal about what he's doing?
Yeah, he's allowing for ICE to not use judicial warrants in order to search and seize people's properties. He's allowing for the expansion of expedited removal, which literally decreases people's access to due process, right? Because of the fact that it was applicable to people within 100 miles of a border prior, within the country for less than 2 weeks. Now it's applicable to anyone within the jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years. So massive
You don't get your
expansion of that,
jurisdiction.
which-
It's a civil crime. It's a civil crime, not a criminal crime. It's
a-
civil. It's not criminal.
It's civil if it's you're overstaying a visa, for example. But if you
You're
unlawfully enter
talking
the
about
country,
jurisdiction and expediting the process of deporting them, but it's not a criminal crime, so he doesn't need the jurisdiction to be able to remove them if it's a civil crime.
Wait. Yes, he does. You still
No,
deserve
he does
due
not.
process, even if it's a civil violation.
No, he does not.
Yes, it does.
Not
Civil
like-
violations still rely on due process. by the
Also,
way.
I've also never.
But I just
heard
want to
of
clarify:
any
not every
case-
single person who's undocumented in the country is violating specifically just civil law. They're violating criminal law if they enter the country unlawfully. Now, I don't even think it should be considered that if they haven't committed a violent or bad crime. I don't think that they should be punished for that. I think they should be given the pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. But I am acknowledging the fact that unlawfully entering the country is a violation of the law from a criminal
Okay.
standpoint.
All right. So, on the contrary, do you believe that people who come in here and have made it in and haven't been caught illegally? You think they have the right to just stay and build a
Yeah, if
life
they
here?
haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
And benefit off taxpayer money, not paying taxes?
Well, actually, undocumented immigrants then would go through the legal process and would pay more into the legal system. Plus, undocumented immigrants already pay over $100 billion into local, state, and federal taxes
So just like
on a
cutting
yearly
corners.
basis. What's up?
You're just saying you support like cutting corners. So they should just, if they can just find the way in here,
No,
then
I
you
just
think
want
it's
to make
just
the legal
okay for
process
them
go
to just settle
quicker.
down?
They still have to go through a vetting process, and they're already going to be in the country. This just provides them a incentive to go through said legal process.
Well, maybe not. There's been a bunch of cases that has been where people have gone through the deporting process and they figured out there have been some, I wouldn't even call them aliens, that have been here for 20 years without going
Undocumented
through the legal
immigrants.
process.
Yeah, wait, that means the legal process is taking too long, or even in situations in which they haven't gone through the legal process where they've been in the country for 20 years, they should be given
Yeah,
a
well,
pathway
they
to
haven't even
citizenship then.
tried. I'm saying.
Wait. So then
that
give them a path. So then you realize that system has been broken, and then try to fix that system, make the system better.
I wouldn't say it's broken. No, in the cases
It
they
is,
haven't
it
even
is.
tried to become legal. Why would they do it if they're already here and they already can make a life? Why would they try and go through illegally?
Yeah, because of the fact that it would give them better pay, because they have better negotiation power, because they're not under the threat of mass deportation, because they would be given voting rights in the long run. They would be able to specifically engage in electorally speaking. They have an incentive specifically to speak up, right, if they witness a crime, right, because they won't be under the threat of deportation. Right, there are plenty of benefits specifically from that they would want to gain. So obviously that would give them incentive to go through said legal process.
Well, let me ask you this:
They would
If
get
you
access to
had-
social services as well if they need it.
If you had, say, a school or a team, you wouldn't want someone random who hasn't gone through the paperwork or their own vetting just to show up and
I would
just be
prefer
loose.
the typical undocumented immigrant in our country than Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump's held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. He's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexually assault.
Of that has
I would
been
definitely
debunked.
trust the average undocumented immigrant in the country to a greater extent than Trump or anyone that is specifically advocating in support of him knowing that he has done those things. Right? Like,
If you think all
obviously
of that
that's
stuff
not
is true,
compatible
why
with
has
our
nothing
typical
happened?
culture. What's up?
Why has he never been like subject of justice? If you think all of that has
He
truthfully
was
happened,
held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Did you know that? By a
that got
unanimous decision of
debunked.
9 people in a jury?
That got debunked.
No, it wasn't. He was held liable, and Trump appealed it, and he lost the appeal.
So do you think all those things about him being in the Epstein files like a million times is all? You think he should be put away for all that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's credibly accused in the Epstein files, specifically by a minor, that literally got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and they've literally been scrubbing the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards Trump. 3 different interviews they have literally been scrubbing, right, that specifically mention the allegations targeted towards Trump. If the FBI didn't think that they were a credible witness, right, or a credible accuser, then in this scenario, they wouldn't have interviewed them so many times.
Yeah, I mean, if that were to be true, that'd have to be in the new batch because I haven't.
Well, no, because
seen
they've
that.
been scrubbing it. The DOJ has been scrubbing it.
Well, then where'd you see it?
Where did I see that they scrubbed it? It's been reported on specifically by the NPR. There's an investigation they conducted that showed that they scrubbed it.
Oh, I haven't seen that. So
Well, you should look it up. Look up NPR investigation determines that Trump and DOJ scrubbed interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump. And you'll see it. That's from
I'll
an
write that
NPR
down.
investigation.
NPR Trump Epstein files. I'll Google that later. So what do you think? What is this people? What do you think about what's going on in Iran right now? Like what he's doing?
Yeah, I
in
think
pushing
Trump
for
is
Iran?
trying to start a war with Iran because he's trying to distract away from the Epstein files.
Okay, I think that's a little stretch. I think we're getting
That's
kind
not.
of pressured by. I think we're being pressured by Israel to fight a war that's not for us. I am
That
kind
that
of
could be
worried.
that
I'm
could
not,
be partially the case too.
Well, I'm not for it either. I'm saying that I don't think it's a smart thing. I don't think it was our war to fight, and I'm actually worried about maybe Iranian sleeper cells in the country that.
So wait, so if it's not our war to fight, you agree it's not our war to fight, and it's led to Americans dying, it's led to innocent Iranian civilians, right, including children dying, then why would you say that you specifically still support Trump, even though he's actively doing this, again, to distract away from the Epstein files? Which I will admit, by the way, has been very
What does this
effective
have to
because
do with the
people are
Epstein
right now
files?
talking about the war in Iran, right, to a greater extent than they're talking about the Epstein files, right, comparative to what they were talking about the Epstein files proportionally prior. So it is a diversion tactic. By the way, that doesn't mean that talking about the war in Iran isn't effective. It's still important to talk about, but we have to also acknowledge what Trump is trying to do in utilizing war in Iran, the deaths of Americans, the deaths of innocent Iranians, right, literally as a political ploy in order to distract you from the Epstein files.
Well, I've seen that, but why do you think it's a distraction from the Epstein files? Like, that's random. Why would he be
Why?
starting a war
Because
with
they've been scrubbing the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards Trump.
Okay,
Too many people are talking about it, and he doesn't want people talking about that.
Still, assume that were true. Why does starting a war with a foreign nation have, like, do you think that, why does
It
that
gets people
correlate
to
with Epstein
talk about
files?
the war rather than to talk about the Epstein files.
But how, that could correlate with anything. Like, he's also doing the demolition on the White House that people aren't afraid of.
Yeah,
You
that's
think he's
also
also
to
doing that as a
distract.
cover-up?
He does. By the way, he does a lot of things to distract. This is one of those things that he's doing to distract.
That makes no sense.
No, it makes total sense. You just don't see
How
it
does
because
that
you're
make
inside
sense?
the cult.
He could be distracting from anything, but he could also be doing it for many reasons. Like, are you just making up the fact that he's trying to distract? Like, you have no proof that he's trying to distract you from that.
We do, because the fact that he was trying to stop the release of the Epstein files. He told people to stop caring about the Epstein files. He called it a hoax. So, by the way, we have him explicitly saying that he thinks like the Epstein files are not serious and are ridiculous.
So if you're
and
going
don't
on and on about
incriminate
the
him at
Epstein
all,
files,
even though they've been scrubbing the DOJ's been scrubbing the files of these interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump from a credible victim who was a minor.
all right, well, I have a question for you then. If you're talking about the Epstein files all now, why did the Biden administration not release them when he was in office for 4 years and they didn't try to criminalize him for the stuff that you're saying that he did, that they're now scrubbing the Epstein files? Go ahead.
Let me tell you. So, one, this proves that the Democrats were not weaponizing the DOJ targeted against Trump. Two, it's because of the fact that there's an independency of the DOJ under the Biden-Harris administration. So that's a fault of Merrick Garland. I think that blame can be applied to Merrick Garland, but there's no evidence to apply it specifically to Biden or Harris, as they were not involved in the daily doings of the DOJ. Trump is under his administration, but the DOJ prior was independent. Also, it was sealed through 2024, and there were literally investigations into co-conspirators, right? And also the appeals targeted towards Ghislaine Maxwell that went through 2025. So there were limitations, but I definitely put blame on Merrick Garland for sure.
But that's also subject to an executive order. So whenever Jeffrey Epstein got, I wouldn't say convicted or accused in 2018, he, like, even though, so are you trying to say that the DOJ...
Who was president in 2018?
Trump.
So are you saying that his administration could have released the files then?
Could have. That's whenever the accusations started. That's whenever I think he started getting questioning. Or started getting whatever.
Do you think that Epstein unalived himself?
No.
Which DOJ covered that story up?
I have no idea.
Trump's
this is the question about, like,
Trump's DOJ, because Trump was in office when that happened.
Well,
so
I
if
have
you
no
believe that
question
was a
about
cover
the
up by
Trump
the DOJ,
administration
you believe
relieving-
Trump's DOJ was covering it up. Why do you support Trump?
What? I'm not referring to the Trump administration covering up or releasing the Epstein files. I'm just asking you why, if this is now a thing where you're trying to criminalize them for what's in it, why didn't, which I guess you already answered this question, why did the Biden administration already?
I already answered it. Again, it was independent under the Biden administration. I put blame targeted towards Merrick Garland. It was sealed through 2024, and there were investigations into co-conspirators and appeals into Ghislaine Maxwell through 2025. So the Epstein files were mandated to be released under the Trump administration with all the explanations of all the redactions, and Donald Trump's administration and DOJ has not been upholding that because Donald Trump clearly doesn't want these files released because he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor for wanting these files to be released. It's explicitly obvious. People on his own side, people that were literally cult-like following to Donald Trump, have literally indicated this to be true, and yet you have people still denying this and acting like this isn't something applicable because Donald Trump's misinformation and distraction campaign. That's exactly why he's engaging in a war with Iran right now, because he wants to distract the American people and especially his voter base from the Epstein files and his criminal acts within the Epstein files. They were covering up with scrubbing the interviews associated with serious allegations targeted towards the president from a minor, from someone specifically that got a settlement with the Epstein estate and was determined to be a credible victim by the fucking federal government. That's what Donald Trump is doing right now. And I tell every single American to not let him do this, to hold him account for all of these things and vote him out of office by voting in Democrats in the context of the midterms so that we can impeach the motherfucker in the Oval Office that is not releasing the Epstein files, that is putting American lives at risk, that is killing innocent Iranians and citizens and civilians all around the world, literally for his own political ploys so that he can distract the American people from him being associated with child sex crimes.
There's multiple things I could say about that. He also ran on releasing the Epstein files, which is a part of his
so then why
campaign.
isn't he releasing all of them? Why is he specifically scrubbing them, right, from the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards him?
There's another 1 million pages that were just released. I don't get the redactions. I don't agree with the redactions, so I'm not going to argue with you about the redactions because I don't understand them. I don't know why certain people are redacted that aren't victims. I don't understand. But what I can say is I don't understand what I don't think you can argue all you want about the correlation with the distraction with the Iranians, but I don't think that has to correlate. You can make up a conspiracy about how you think it correlates.
That's not a
but I think
conspiracy.
there's many reasons.
We know that Trump is doing this. I gave so much supporting evidence to indicate that Trump is trying to distract away from the Epstein files. He explicitly says it himself.
He said it himself that he's trying to distract from the Epstein files by
He says that we should stop worrying about it and you should not look at it, and that he says that it's not important, and he says that he is not implicated at all, and that it's the Democrat fake news media that's creating a hoax. He called it a hoax.
So I bet one of your real questions was, why do I support Trump after all of this?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'm not looking to. So again, all this is terrible. I know everyone who's in the files that has been accused of something for the most part is just a terrible person. But at the end of the day,
But Trump?
What do you mean?
But Trump? Like, do you just not apply that to Trump?
So have you seen the thing where they said that Trump was the one who snitched and kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and was the one who actually snitched on him first?
Then why did he wish Ghislaine Maxwell well in 2020? And why did he say he didn't know about the crimes that Epstein committed in 2019?
I haven't seen that either, if true.
Why did he say when he was talking about that to investigators that he'd always known about it? If he knew about it, why didn't he come out with that information?
Again, crazy if true. I haven't heard that.
And by the way, this was after he was... Was this not after he was arrested?
Who, Epstein?
Yeah.
I don't know when he was arrested, because I think he was arrested in 2020, right?
He was arrested prior to this point.
Of when you're saying that Trump said the fact?
Yes. This was 2006.
So what are you saying? So when he condemned Jeffrey Epstein for the shady things he was doing in Mar-a-Lago, you're saying why didn't he?
By the way, you adding Mar-a-Lago on there is not something he specifically said. He specifically said he was conducting his bad behavior after he was already arrested.
So again, what are you trying to say here?
I just told you.
Well,
He said it after Epstein was arrested. So only after this information came out publicly did he come out with the fact that he knew about it and said he already knew about it. And then later on, wished Ghislaine Maxwell well. Would you wish a child sex trafficker well?
I didn't think you did that. Well, no, I knew they were.
He did wish her well. That's a fact.
I think they should be more harsh with their sentences. I know that she got moved to a minimum security prison where she can
that's
pretty
another
much do
thing.
whatever the hell she wants. Yeah, I understand. I know that too. Which again, this is all on part of. I mean, I'm a Christian, so I firmly believe in justice system with people like that, and that they're definitely going to get what they deserve. But I don't agree with that, and I've seen where Trump thinks that it would take a miracle for him to even get into heaven. So he used to claim that he's religious and he's not anymore. But I stand with him for economic and immigration and to make a country better. He's not my friend.
Worse economically. Can you name one macro indicator that's got better off because Trump has been in office?
Well, I trade stocks, and the stock market has consistently been up since he's been in office.
So you trade stocks. So I just want to let you know the stock market has literally grown at a slower rate than what it did at the end of the Biden administration. Did you know that?
But everything's delayed.
No, it's because Trump's tariffs have caused distractions and issues in the stock market because it creates uncertainty.
So you think reindustrializing America is a bad thing? What he's trying to do?
We're not reindustrializing America. We had actually a reduction in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. Quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4 all saw declines in real domestic manufacturing investment.
Well, the tariffs just started.
After multiple after multiple years, listen, after multiple years of growth under the Biden administration.
He's not going to place a tariff and then immediately stuff's going to go back to normal. He has to place the tariffs to then make actual change.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Inflation, right? Or not inflation, right? Investment in manufacturing did not increase. It declined since Trump got in office. So the tariffs that he imposed actually caused a decline in investment in manufacturing, not an increase.
Well, like I just said, he just imposed the tariffs. So you think that him just imposing the tariffs?
No, he didn't. He's been doing it throughout the whole year. What are you talking about? It's been Liberation Day was almost a year ago.
No, that's when he had like a 10% tariff, like a flat tariff on like one country, on just China's goods.
No, that was not just on China.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
No,
it was
Liberation Day, he announced tariffs on a bunch of different countries. What are you talking about? You have no clue.
What are you talking about? You don't know either.
What happened?
What are you asking?
No, I'm telling you. I'm talking about what happened.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you are not informed. And you're a Trump supporter, and you're biased against me. Yes, I am informed.
No, because I have an Amazon store, and I had to buy all my stuff, and I got hit with a flat tariff from China, and all my stuff was twice as much.
Yeah, it's not just China that got a tariff. And by the way,
you're support
a tax structure that disenfranchises you specifically. Good job.
It doesn't. Not in the end game.
You just admitted it did.
How?
You literally just
I had
admitted.
to pay more one time because of a flat tariff to try.
Oh, you're just saying one time? I thought you said you had a business that you relies on that.
I do.
It didn't bring back manufacturing. I just told you that it decreased the level of manufacturing investment.
Not yet.
Thank you for the trouble with you. So when is it going to increase investment? It's not overnight. It's been a year.
No, you're referencing the one time where you said a year ago, and that's a year ago is when the flat tariff was introduced for like 10%.
No, we've seen over the entirety of the year. You're not listening. Over the entirety of the year, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing
I'm hearing
investment.
What you're saying. It's just not true.
It is true. Do you want to bet?
Let's go.
Okay, how much do you want to bet?
$10.
Okay. I'll show you that real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of Trump's administration.
All right. You screen share?
Yeah.
All right. It's been a smooth day so far, huh? Good?
Yeah, you're like one of the first guests.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been on live for like 30 minutes.
Are you Mountain Time?
No, Pacific.
Oh.
So this is real private fixed investment. You see?
Yeah, can you move over to the left a little more?
Yeah, let me see.
I can only see beginning.
Do you see it now?
Yeah, so
okay, so let's take a look at the graph real quick. So domestic manufacturing investment, this is his first administration. It went from this to that, which is lower, by the way. This is when Biden got in office. And then literally, boom, increase. Here's Trump in office. Decline, 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 decline.
I can't see any more over there, but I kind of get what
you should. Here, let me pull it over. Do you see? Decline, 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 decline.
Yeah, fairly. So I think that's probably going to be a direct impact of the tariffs, obviously off the start, because if everything revolves around sourcing goods from outside the country, and then you just smack a tariff on everything that comes in, obviously your rates are going to go down for a brief time. And we're talking
about investment in manufacturing, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, so given that we're talking about investment in manufacturing, can you acknowledge that tariffs have not led to an increase in domestic manufacturing investment?
Not yet. There's still plenty of
there's still plenty of
time.
I'm going to thank some people real quick. You should look up tariffs real quick. and clearly see that there are negative impact in terms of real GDP growth, real median wage growth, literally real domestic manufacturing investment, real business investment. Look into all of those real quick. In the meantime, Robert, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Barbara, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the kind message and for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Heather with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fossey, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, I hope that the rest of that goes well for you. I hope the rest of Ramadan goes well for you. As well as Bruno, thank you so much for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That is very true. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $4. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad that I've been able to. As well as Rachel, thank you for the $2. We did hit 500K on YouTube. I know, it's really sick. It's really sick. Byron, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I've just recently heard of someone who's running for council in Fresno that's on the sex offender list, and some people agree with him. That's absolutely crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely insane. Make sure to send me information about that if you can. Paige, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. They said, congratulations on 500K on YouTube. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you. As well as Carolyn, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50. Congratulations on the 500,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Thank you for the money gun as well, by the way. Thank you very much. Drake as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nadia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you. McCoy, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Nadia, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you for the one membership subscription. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, McCoy. As well as Riles, thank you so much for the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link to the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And also, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, it helps get it out to more people, as always. Alrighty. Oh, by the way, Bernard, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mama Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Ash, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you for the $2. Ratchet Ryan, thank you for the $2. Said I live in Fresno and I can't confirm this, Parker. Well, thank you for confirming that. I'll make sure to look into that. Bridget, thank you so much for the $10. Uncle Pumpkin, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Joe, thank you for the $2. Alrighty. So did you look into it at all, or did you think about it?
You're getting flooded right now.
Well, I thanked people over the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's good. Again, I'm not trying.
As well as Chris, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm not trying to hate on you at all. I'm just trying to talk.
For sure.
I do have a question for you though.
Go ahead, bud.
So
you owe me $10 though. Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Okay. That was a lot. That was a mouthful, but all I heard is your Venmo is in your bio. So I saw some of your Jubilee stuff. I used to watch some of your Jubilee stuff with Big Kirk, But so with a woman in power, I have a question because you voted. I'm guessing you voted for Kamala.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just have a quick question. So with a woman in power, do you think that world leaders? You think of world leaders would take her serious in office with third world countries not even letting women have basic rights in other places? That's just a simple question. I just didn't know what your take on that was. So,
well, the reality is that they have to take her seriously because she's literally
the leader.
Have to. Listen. Literally, she's the leader of the strongest nation's military on the entire planet, so they have to take her seriously. 1, 2. Actually, if you look at confidence that the leader was going to do the right thing regarding world affairs, Kamala Harris had a significantly higher confidence rating than Donald Trump. So people don't have much confidence in Donald Trump amongst a 24-country median comparative to an 18-country median that indicated 55% confidence for Harris. Again, 33% confidence for Trump. So clearly more confidence in Harris than Trump.
Okay, well, 1, fuck her ratings. She's never been in office, so of course she's gonna have positive ratings.
She's been vice president, genius. She's been senator. She's been district attorney. She's been attorney general.
Okay, sorry, she hasn't been leader of the fucking pack. She hasn't had serious. Okay, so the reason I'm guessing those ratings is because Trump is a little more, I would say, ballsy when it comes to foreign affairs. He does like to get involved. I disagree with that. He does like to get involved in other people's business, and it might get us into some messes. So I'm guessing those are the ratings come from. But other countries don't have to take her seriously. They look down upon her. They can have to deal with her because that's what it takes whenever you have, I don't know, like contracts and stuff that goes on, and like NATO and all the stuff like that. But when you really think about it, they're not going to respect her, and they're going to try and take advantage of her most likely. If they don't even treat women, if their beliefs and their religion are that women aren't equal to them in power, what makes you think she's going to make a good leader when it comes to negotiating and other things?
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you think that Trump has been effective according to his own goals at negotiation?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want you to listen to this clip real quick. This is Donald Trump speaking in saying that you're wrong.
Oh, saying I'm wrong?
Yeah.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
So, like, I mean, that's the president of the United States saying that the reason why they're going to war in Iran is because he can't negotiate and he's weak and ineffective. So how do you feel about Trump literally calling himself weak and ineffective?
That was a really good AI clip, though.
You think that was AI? That was literally posted by his own social media in 2011.
Bro, no, it was not.
Yes, it was.
No, it was not. You could literally hear like.
Yes, it was.
No,
Do you want me to play it back?
You can, but the first
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
So, by the way, it's so ridiculous that Trump did this to himself and owned himself so badly that you can't even believe it's an actually real clip. This is literally from his own social media. You can watch the video. This was posted by himself. You know, he was talking about Obama, right? And he was saying that this was applicable to Obama, right? And owning himself later on, because this is clearly now applicable to him, when Obama was able to actually negotiate and get a deal done. The reason why we don't have this deal is because Trump pulled out of the agreement and then wasn't able to negotiate. So he started a war with Iran. Oh my God, he owned himself. By the way, scroll back into the app. Trump owned himself.
What?
How do you feel about the fact that Trump owned himself?
I think it's a very different time period. And I do think we did get kind of pulled into it by Israel, which the compromisation was more recent. So I do think that the situations were a little bit different.
You know what wouldn't have happened if Kamala Harris were in the position of the Oval Office? We wouldn't have done this. Want to know why I know that? Because she's condemned it. So that means quite literally, this wouldn't have happened if Harris were in office. By the way, let's take a listen here real quick.
You just showed me a clip.
Let's take a listen real quick into like what Donald Trump ran on. Let's take a listen real quick into what Donald Trump ran on.
We'll have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have no more wars.
So quite literally, no more wars, yet you're supporting him going to war?
Really ended one before it started a bigger war. Which again,
you're saying there could have been a bigger war? They were the ones who started this.
They?
Yeah, Trump started this with Israel.
That's we. We are the USA, not they.
I'm saying they because we're talking about the Republicans.
We are one, brother. We are one.
No.
You don't affiliate?
No, Trump has caused that division.
No, he's not.
Yes, he has. When he calls for the death of some Democrats because he said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, he caused that division. When he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, he caused that division. When he specifically, what's up?
Who did he call to death?
Mark Kelly, Elizabeth Slotkin, right, and plenty of other Democratic veterans in Congress that specifically literally said, if there's an unlawful order, do not follow it, which is literally what the Constitution tells you to do and is clearly not seditious behavior. But Donald Trump literally said it was seditious behavior punishable by death and reposted someone saying, HANG them, George Washington would. Talk about being anti-American. Talk about being fundamentally against people's basic core fundamental human rights. Talk about being a fascist, tyrannical piece of shit.
Do you know who James Fishback is?
Yes, I do.
Are you heavily against his policy?
What policies do you like of his? There are plenty I disagree with.
Well, again, I like him bringing money back into Florida. We give $385 million to Israel from
What is this
Florida.
pivot, by the way?
Sorry.
Wait, by the way, so then do you support Donald Trump literally supporting Byron Donalds?
No.
Oh, okay. So are you a Trump supporter or are you against Trump and just wanting to talk to me on the live stream?
Well, I support a lot of his policy, including immigration and.
But do you
and a lot of
support his administration overall? Like, would you vote for him over Harris?
Oh yeah.
Okay, why so?
Well, I just think that he's more dominant, not like in a weird way, but like when it comes to like.
Okay, so one, you want a man that's more dominant. Interesting.
That's
two.
You're taking it out of context. You're kind of pulling the meaning.
No.
Dominant as
no,
a
you're
figure.
quite
We
literally
are
claiming
feared-
that
we are
because he's a
feared
man,
as
he's more
America.
dominant. That's what you just said.
No. Like compared to Kamala, as of right now, we are feared as a country. As like we literally just killed. I forgot. I don't even know how to pronounce his name.
Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
Hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, my Snapchat. We just killed their supreme leader in 12 hours.
Okay.
And we are feared.
And did you hear what Charlie Kirk said about this?
No.
He said he was against this, by the way. He was literally like, okay, well, if you kill the supreme leader, okay, what after? What after? There's a lot of regime change. There's so many issues. I don't know how someone could support that. That's literally what Charlie Kirk said, by the way. So
okay, well, I'm not saying I support
you're probably
it here
your
by
favorite
saying
guy
that
disagrees with this.
he was a great guy. You can agree.
No.
You don't think he was a great guy?
What happened to him clearly was wrong. He was murdered, but that doesn't make him a great guy.
You don't think he had good morals? What makes him a good guy?
No, he didn't.
What morals? We don't. If you want to stick on this prompt,
He was
I'm sure
purposefully trying to portray trans people as murderous in like school unalivers when they are 10 times less likely as a percentage of the population to literally engage in mass shootings.
that's not true.
That is factually true. Yes, they are.
It's per capita. It's not.
Yeah.
It's,
Wait, so trans people make up a little less than 1% of the population. They make up less than 0.1% of the mass shootings since 2013.
I don't think that's true.
That is true. That's since 2013.
Wait. Let me read it. So you're saying that trans people
Since
make up
2013,
less
trans
than
people
1% of the school shooting?
They make up less than 0.1% of mass shootings.
I have to fact check that.
Yeah, well, you can look that up and see that I'm accurate there. And he was trying to portray them in that way. Obviously, that's incorrect, right? I obviously think that he denied the results of the 2020 election. He literally perpetuated mass propaganda.
They were sending mail-in ballots to dead people's old homes.
So people who are already registered to vote, you're talking about in situations in which people died and still got sent the ballot because they were already registered to vote. That happens in every single election. That was not enough to overturn the election. By the way, all of these things were submitted in the context of the court systems and the court filings. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
They didn't. Quite literally.
You do? Okay, so explain to me how the
stolen.
Democrats had the ability to steal the election in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they did not have the ability to steal the election in 2024 when they were in office.
One, I would say due to the presidency they saw from 2020 to 2024. You had a guy up there who couldn't even really form a sentence.
Not answering my question. How come they could steal the election in 2020, but they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when they were in office? The candidate was Harris, by the way. I know you might forget that, but that's what was happening. Like Harris was the candidate. So explain to me why they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when they were in office, but they could steal it in 2020 when they weren't.
Well, like you said, there's an entire court case about what was going on about the election being stolen. They're not.
None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Every single court case proved you wrong.
Are you gonna let me finish?
I know every woman has said that to you in your life, but clearly you can finish. I stopped talking.
You're kind of funny though. No, what I was just trying to say is that if you're saying there was an entire court case about, even if you're saying that there was not enough sufficient evidence to get it, whatever you're saying, pushed through, there's like, if there's already been a bunch of light on the subject, there's not going to be able to repeat the same thing that they were already doing. Especially, like you said, with Charlie Kirk, with how much influence he had, spewing it all around that was going around, they weren't going to be able to do that twice.
Why not?
And that was also
Why
that
not?
was also
Why
a
not?
part
You
of
just
his
you
campaign.
can't explain why not.
What do you mean?
If they got away with it the first time, why couldn't they do that again?
Well, if you fucking stole something from a grocery store and you didn't find it, but someone knows you stole and you tried doing it again.
Wait. If you got away with it, why wouldn't you just do it again?
What do you? Because people know.
No.
So if you stole from a restaurant,
wait.
and then
Trump was claiming that there were going to be issues with the election prior to the 2020 election. Did you know that?
No.
Well, that was what Trump was
There was
already
no
doing.
evidence of it. He could say that. He could say, if you could say, I think someone's going to steal from my store today, but no one's going to care. But if someone steals from your store, you see it, you know they did it, and then
That didn't happen though. There was no evidence that proved that there was election fraud to overturn the election.
My uncle was dead for uncle's been dead for 8 years, and he got a mail-in ballot.
Yeah, did he vote for
And
Harris?
He's been dead for 8 years.
Did he vote for Biden?
No, I don't think so.
So then why is that sufficient evidence that Biden stole the election in 2020?
Because they were sending ballots to people that weren't like mail-in ballots. So ballots at the front door to people that have been dead. So anyone could have filled them out and took them in one of those anonymous.
So you know that you can verify based upon signatures. They had that, right?
That is the most unreliable thing I've ever heard.
How so?
Because it doesn't have to be verified. Like you don't need
that is quite literally a way that you can verify.
So again, do you think that voter ID should be required?
I think that it's already required. Because in order to register to vote, you have to have identification.
Yeah,
also, this idea that undocumented immigrants are going to vote is ridiculous. Undocumented immigrants are under threat of deportation. Why would they risk being deported to vote in our elections?
I don't know. I wish they would.
Okay, so that makes no sense. There's been about 10 cases in the past 40 years.
Of
undocumented immigrants trying to vote, which is clearly not enough to impact any election.
So you don't think they should vote, or you do think they should?
Undocumented immigrants don't have the capacity to vote, and obviously they shouldn't.
Do you think they should? I'm not saying can they. I'm saying
once they get citizenship, they should.
That's not what I'm saying. Do you think?
Well, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. So, inevitably speaking, they will be able to, but not at the point in which they're undocumented or they haven't had the citizenship
How
yet.
are you supposed to vet them to know if they They could just not do one until
you give them a legal process, which the legal process includes a vetting process within it.
On just a background check?
It's going to be a background check, yeah.
So just because they haven't done something yet means that they're not going to?
Well, I'm saying that they have an incentive to go through said legal process, which will ensure that we have the ability to vet them.
Yeah, that incentive is supposed to be prior to when they enter the country.
Yeah, but we already can acknowledge that hasn't happened, given that they're already in the country undocumented.
Because they snuck in.
Yeah, listen, you can't say, I want to ensure that there's going to be more people who do this prior to coming to the country, while simultaneously saying that you don't want to do it for people who already have been in the country. You can't, at that point, you can't affect whether or not they were in the country prior to you vetting them. Obviously, you'd want to ensure that they're vetted to a higher extent, given that they're already in the country. Use your brain.
No, exactly, but still, so just put the scenario out there, since you're kind of for illegal immigration. If you were to go,
I'm not for undocumented immigration. I think the legal process should go significantly quicker. And I believe undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country until we have a quicker legal immigration process that makes it significantly faster.
So say you went to your favorite artist for a concert, and a bunch of people broke in the side door and went and got your seat, and you went in there and walked in, and what are you going to say? You want them to be kicked out, or you think they should just be there?
Well, obviously, it would make sense for them to be kicked out in this scenario, given that they didn't pay. I'm not disputing you there. What you're not understanding is private property is viewed differently than a country is. And secondly, if as a company perspective, you saw that it was more profitable to incentivize people to go through the context of a quicker process that was quicker to get into the park, and it was cheaper to get into the park, and it inevitably led to less people breaking in and more people going into the process, which
Cheaper
led
and
to you
quicker.
listen, which led to you making more money. Would you, as a business owner, engage in the action that led to you making more money? Yes, you would.
Are you referring to the concert?
If you could make the process to get into the concert quicker and make it cheaper, and that would inevitably lead to you making more money, would you do it as a business owner? Yes. So us providing a legal pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants benefits our economy vastly. Actually, immigrants over the past 30 years have led to a $14.5 trillion decrease in the deficits, right? Which is very beneficial.
I think a minor take on me with immigrations. I just don't think it's safe to have just unrestricted or how do I say this?
We're not having unrestricted immigration. That's not what we're advocating
unhinged
for.
immigration. I think
We're not
that
advocating for that
anyone
either. We want to go after people who've committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and specifically with Harris, for
I'm not
example.
talking about illegal immigration.
Harris
I'm
still
saying
wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. Did you know that?
Who?
She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think I am anti-immigration as a whole.
That makes no sense. There's no good argument to be anti-immigration as a whole. That makes literally no sense.
We're full. I think America's full. I think
it's
that
not. That's completely delusional. By 2050, we're going to have a decreasing population. You're wrong.
Are you saying we have a decreasing?
Yeah, by
population?
2050, we will have a stagnating and decreasing population, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government. Why? Because we've had a below replacement rate, fertility rate. The United States.
So do you think we were founded as a Christian nation?
No, we were founded as a secular nation.
That's not true.
It is true. It's ingrained in the Constitution.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Pull that up for me. Another
Do you think separation of church and state is in the Constitution?
I think it is. I think that the
it is. Yeah, that's secular, genius.
Okay, whatever.
Separation of church and state is literally what secular means.
Okay, so do you think that Christian nationalist values should be implemented? Not a theocracy.
That is obviously what you just said was theocracy. About it. Christian nationalism is theocratic
I don't think
in
the
nature.
church should run the government. I think that, like you said, secular, whatever. I think the church and the government should be separate, but I think...
Then you're not a Christian nationalist.
What?
At least under my understanding of Christian nationalism, Christian nationalists wants to enforce their Christian values and norms in the context of the law. They don't want secularism.
I am for biblical morals to be implemented.
Yeah, so then you're not secular because you want biblical values to be enforced in the law. Let me ask you this question: Do you think adultery should be illegal?
It's a hard one because there can be an argument made for both. For some people, no, because I understand that some people aren't believers, and that's fine. They don't think that's
okay. Watch this. Do you think abortion should be illegal?
Yes.
Okay, some people aren't believers though. Why force your values upon other people?
Because if the regular person who's not a believer thinks that murder is illegal, then abortion is illegal also.
Well, one, we don't all agree that this is murder. Two, right, it's also important to take into consideration that, again, you just said one of the 10 Commandments, if it's violated, it should not be enforced in the law, but the other one should be. What justifies one of them being enforced in the law, but not the other one?
Are you talking about the differential between abortion and adultery?
Yeah, they're both violations of the 10 Commandments. Why is one illegal but not the other, under your perspective?
Well, like I'm saying, the church is separated from the government is what I believe should be the case. So when I'm saying that if an atheist
so then you can't say your religion is the reason why abortion should be illegal, or the reason why abortion is murder.
Well, that's personally why I think it's the case, but I think for the average person...
By the way, your religion does not mean that you have to be pro-life. I'm just serious. Your religion does not mean that you have to value cellular human life. You can value sentient human life and still be a Christian. Because I don't think that many Christians think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual and their family that's brain dead, yet they still are cellularly speaking alive. We acknowledge that medical death of a person happens at the point of brain death. So medical life for a person happens at the point where it becomes sentient in terms of subjective experience. Prior to that point, there is no obligation as a Christian for you to specifically say that you value it. So you can literally hold my view and still be Christian. Nothing about Christianity means that you have to be in support of restricting people who are pregnant access to abortion or access to rights over their own body.
So you're saying that I'm trying to unwrap what you're saying here. You're saying a lot of different things.
I can repeat if you need.
Let's go step by step here.
Okay, I got you. Christianity does not mean that you have to be pro-life. You can be Christian, and you can also believe that it's not valuable until the point of sentience, right? Because we don't think that Christians in typical, by the way, I'm not Christian, I just want to clarify. Christians in typical do not think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, even though they are cellularly speaking alive.
I don't think so either. I think it is the family's decision to deem.
Okay. So if you are not obligated to value, let me make the point. If you are not obligated to value cellular human life as a Christian, what means that you have to value it at the point of conception?
Not 90% of the time, the conversation to be had between pulling the plug is usually deemed and had before the person is in, say, hospice. So I would just throw that out there as well, because I had a situation as well that was coincided with that. But when it comes down to that, I think that when you are bringing something to life, so when you choose to be inseminated to be able to have the baby, you are making the choice to create life. And when you just go out and you make the choice to create it, you shouldn't have the choice to just kill it.
You're not understanding. So I'm saying, what about Christianity means that you have to say that people should be restricted from getting access to abortion, right? Because of the fact that it's cellular life at conception. If you don't think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, and you still are Christian. You don't think anything in Christianity means you have to value the brain dead individual as a person.
You keep saying cellular life as if it's different from your soul. So do you think that your body and your soul are just completely two different elements?
Based upon the way that you're using the term soul, I think what you mean by soul is subjective experience. So yes, cellular life is different from having a soul. Do you think that brain dead individuals have lost their soul?
So again, it's a tricky one. It's kind of that's a trapper
I think they're
question.
medically dead. I think under the notion that you're referencing, yes, they have lost their soul. So if you can acknowledge that they've lost their soul at that point, then what my point is that their soul is not in their body until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, which is when it becomes sentient. So what I'm telling you is that why would you say that you want to restrict a person's access to abortion for an individual that's not even capable of having a soul yet?
Then again, if you don't want to make it, if it's not, so I won't argue on perspective of Christianity, but let's make it an argument on potential of what it's coming to be. So if you have something that is going to become and grow through a full life versus something that is on the verge, or you said if it's on the verge of pulling the plug, you're basically in hospice. You're ready. You're about to die. So the decision to be had is your life has already begun, has already lasted. You're about to be done.
Wait. If you're saying your life is done, then what you mean by life is not cellular life. What you mean is sentient life.
So are you
and
saying,
if what you mean by life is sentient life,
life,
then that does not begin till 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
I don't believe. Again, arguing back onto terms of potential, you could argue that the potential of life is more important than the end of life, where you don't have the ability to think any longer. If you've already lived your life and you can't think any longer, you've already lived a full life. You can't think, you're brain dead. You're in a chair. You can't think for the rest of your life, however long that much may be.
Wait. If an 8-year-old becomes brain dead, do you think it should be legal for the parents to pull the plug? They didn't live their whole life.
If there is no clinically possible way
for them to come back.
Yes, then I believe so.
So what you value is sentient life, not cellular life. And if what you say is the person is their sentient life, well, then that person does not begin until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, meaning there is no good reason to restrict a person's access to abortion for an individual that is not a person yet, that is just potential, not has something that has ever existed yet.
I'm still going to say potential here because you're saying the sentient versus cellular life, but if it goes brain dead, it had potential. It lived 8 years, but then if it has no more potential much longer with no cure, then that's the barrier there.
Yeah, so you're saying the potential alone. Okay? So if what you're saying is the potential alone, I have a question. Do you think it's wrong to pull out?
What?
Yeah, I'm asking, do you think it's wrong to pull out? Because there's active potential there.
So like a temptation birth control, just pulling out?
I'm just asking, is it wrong to, like, by the way, this is just like a specific example. You could say, for example, using contraceptives, right? That would meet the same criteria. I'm just doing this because it shows the absurdity a little bit more.
I think contraceptives are wrong.
You think contraceptives are wrong. You know that contraceptive use reduces abortions from happening, right? Like literally when people have access to condoms and people have access to condoms and people have access to birth control, it reduces people from getting abortions because it reduces the likelihood of unwanted pregnancy. So what you just advocated for is literally a world with more abortions happening because we've banned contraceptives. That's what you just advocated for.
That is literally just 1 + 1 = 2. Like I understand that if the world with no condoms equals more babies, I understand. Or sorry,
which means more abortions. Yeah. So would you prefer the world with less condom access and more abortions, or the world that we're in right now with condom access and birth control access and less abortions?
I feel like that's a really low IQ question because you know I'm Christian, so you know that my ideal world would be no contraceptives, no condoms, stuff like that, and that since the world is unjust and imperfect, that the people would be
Wait, so you literally do think it's wrong to pull out?
I guess you could say.
You think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex?
What?
Yeah, if you think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex.
Revoke consent. So say no after in the middle of the act or before the act?
Yes, because that would be pulling out, for example.
That's not.
Yeah, you think that's wrong because that would mean that there was
you're consenting to the action, you're not consenting to the nut.
You're consenting to the action, not to the nut. So then isn't that evidence that someone's not consenting to pregnancy, by the way?
No.
Again, you're consenting to the action, not to the nut. So you just say you're consenting to sex, not consenting to pregnancy.
But that's where pleasure comes in, and that's it's a sin.
That's where
itself,
pleasure. Okay, so then consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy,
so
correct?
They're consenting to the feel of the pleasure. So if it's not their intent,
so consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy, correct?
No.
So it is not consent to pregnancy, or it is consent to pregnancy?
So are you asking me if I think consent to sex is consent to pregnancy?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not, right?
I'm trying to think through your question. You're kind of mixing me up on words.
Okay. I mean, you just haven't ever thought about this before, really? And by the way, this is the issue with you wanting to force your positions on other people, is because you haven't really thought about this very much, and yet you still want to force this upon other people.
Whoa. When have I forced my position on people?
You're voting for Trump.
Haven't.
You're voting for Trump, and you want abortion to be illegal. You want abortion.
You have two choices, and you pick one over the other.
Hey, River, listen. If you think abortion should be illegal, you think the government should, by force, restrict people from getting access to abortion. Okay? So you quite literally are advocating for women to be forced to go through pregnancies. You are supporting an administration that actively reduced access to abortion in this country by implementing the overturning of Roe versus Wade, by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Trump literally brags about this. So quite literally you did. So I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, while you think about that, I'm going to thank a few people real quick. Tom, thank you so much for the $4. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very true. Very true. We don't treat people just based upon only the potential. Exactly. Finley, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I know. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But yeah, I see your point. I see your point, Finley. As well as Candace, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Because of W's for Candace in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. Jake, thank you so much for the $6.68. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, well, really? That's really cool. Thank you so much, Jake. As well as Ann Rushing, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Rachel, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Alrighty, come back into the app and we can keep talking.
So, I do support restriction to abortion. I think that.
So you do want to force other people to go through pregnancies?
Well, I'm not forcing anyone to. I guess
you are. Illegal means you think they should go to prison for getting an abortion. That's literally using the law to force people to abide by what you want them to do. Things so, Cooper picnic.
I don't think I've stated this yet, but by personal belief, I am a libertarian. So,
really?
I believe everyone should be able to do what they want, even though I think.
So you believe in open borders?
No.
Libertarians believe in open borders because it's a restriction of the free flow of labor between areas.
No. Just because I say I abide with being a libertarian doesn't mean I support every single. Like I said, just because I voted for Trump.
So just because you say you're a libertarian doesn't mean you're actually a libertarian. Okay.
Doesn't mean I support everything that a traditional libertarian stands for. Like you said, since I voted for Trump, you're saying that I'm supporting everything he does and everything he says. Just because I voted for him does not mean I support every single thing he does. I think that he was the better candidate, which is why I voted for him. Does not mean I stand with him with everything he has done.
Yeah, but why was he the better candidate?
Weaponize that against me, saying that since I voted for him, that I think that, like you brought up the Epstein files, all the things we talked about tonight. I don't think that correlates at all. I'm saying that I think
you don't think that him protecting PDFs in the Epstein files and being credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files and trying to scrub the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards him by a victim who was a minor at the time that literally got a settlement with the Epstein estate for their accusations being correct.
Well, you just never know what's true. There's so much information coming out about both sides saying that he was actually an inside op who snitched on him. And now you're saying this. There's just so much information coming from so many different sources.
He didn't snitch on them. He came out after he was arrested.
Okay, you're saying that. But again, I'm saying that there's just so much information.
I'm not just saying that. That's the timeline of events.
Okay, you're saying that. And I'm saying that I've seen a lot of other things about him being an inside op. And just... There's just a lot of information coming from a lot of different sources, and I never know what to trust nowadays. So you could blame that on me and say I'm uninformed, and I'm willing to say I'm uninformed about the Epstein files, but I'm not voting for him. I guess to be my friend here, I'm voting for him. I know he's not a good person.
It's not about being your friend. It's about literally leading the country in an effective and positive way, and Trump's not doing that. Trump's doing the complete opposite of that.
I wouldn't say so.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm gonna run downstairs and grab some real quick. Literally, I'll still be able to hear you because I'm on my phone real quick, and I'll still be able to respond. I'll be right back. Visually, I'm still on my phone. I can still hear you.
Oh, bad.
Well, like I was saying, so you can hear me right now.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
Oh, that's a sick profile picture, bro.
Not the same profile picture. It's literally a different profile picture. What are you talking about, bro?
No, I said that's a sick profile picture.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I misheard you. Thank you for the compliment.
I'm not even throwing shots at you. Why am I getting shots?
I said thank you for the compliment. I'm sorry.
Like we could be nice here, bro.
I don't know about that one. Make your point.
So I guess you have a good point with the borders. If I'm saying that I'm libertarian, I think that security is very important to creating a society of safety. But when it comes to my ties to libertarianism, I think that most people should be able to in the state. So besides protecting the safety and security of the nation, I think people should be able to do whatever the hell they want. Because I personally think that it's wrong. Of course, I'm going to say that, yeah, maybe a law should be passed to make it illegal because in my beliefs, I think abortion's wrong. But as a libertarian, I do think that other people aren't have my religious views. and that people should be able to do whatever the hell they want. So it's kind of, I guess I am kind of contradicting myself a little bit, but
You're pro-choice, right? So then you're pro-choice, right?
No, I'm not pro-choice.
But like, able to do what they want, not what's enforced specifically by your religious worldview. You said because of your religious worldview that you think that abortion is incorrect or wrong. So wouldn't that literally mean that you want to force your religion upon other people and be antithetical to what libertarianism, as you just described, was based upon?
No. The Bible tells us to make our religion known and spread the gospel. It doesn't say to force it on other people. I'm not saying that it should be forced on other people. I may have said that I would be in favor of a law, which I guess I can take that back a little bit and say that it would be a little bit against my views to force something amongst somebody. But I am saying that for my views, I think everyone should be able to do what they want. But again, I'm not going to force my religion on other people. So I guess I can take that back.
You quite literally kind of are.
Well, I just said I'd take the. If you said there was a, what do you say, Roe v. Wade being overturned and stuff, I guess I wouldn't be like opposed to it.
Oh, okay.
For my views, but I wouldn't.
Alrighty.
Okay. You have anything to reply to that with?
Well, I said alrighty. I was waiting for you to finish.
That's pretty much all I have to say. Really, it's on my ties. It's just me rambling more about that. Is I don't believe. I guess that's where I'm kind of mixed and trying to figure out where I stand. Is that I do think everyone believes in their own, you could say, God or religion or anything, and I think everyone should be able to do whatever the hell they want and just stay out of each other people's business. But at the same time, I also, with my own religion, obviously I'm going to be for whatever is anti-abortion just because I believe that it is wrong. So I'm kind of, I don't know where.
Well, you can be anti-abortion but still believe people should have legal access to abortion.
I guess so. I guess that could be argued as well.
In the same way that you can be against adultery and still think it should be illegal.
Yeah, okay, so we can find some middle ground there.
Okay. So given that we could find some middle ground there, would you at least acknowledge that maybe then that wouldn't be a reason you would support Trump, especially if Donald Trump has literally called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm qualified to argue on that. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard you say it earlier, but I still don't know what you're referring to. Well, you could say what you're referring to, but I don't understand. So I'm not going to argue on that.
If I showed you on the screen right now, would you acknowledge it?
Maybe so, but not enough to sway my opinion to say that I should be against him because of it.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes. So when it comes to the Epstein files, if there was visual proof, not a accusation from whatever that you could say was accredited by whatever. If there, like I said, the reason why I don't think really any justice is going to be...
You're saying you literally would have to see CSAM, child sexual abuse material, in order to be able to determine that Donald Trump has done this?
Yes and no. What I was going to... Can I finish my point?
That's contradictory.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah.
Like the Epstein files with everyone else, the reason I don't think really any justice will be taken for a lot of these people is because they can be accusations everywhere in the files, but there's not going to be any proof that any wrongdoing was done. So no justice will be taken, most likely.
So the reason why there hasn't been justice is because it's been a massive cover-up in our system. Other countries have been enacting justice and have been literally going after and investigating the people that have been called out in the Epstein files. Just because it's not gone after right now.
Show me what proof there's going to be for people to get prosecuted.
Yeah, so listen here quick. That's being limited from being released by the DOJ under the Trump administration. The Trump administration is ordering them to do that. You understand that literally Donald Trump is scrubbing the files of allegations targeted towards him from a minor that literally got a settlement with the Epstein estate for making credible accusations. Do you believe the victims of Epstein?
I don't know. I haven't heard too many testimonies.
You don't know? You don't know if you believe the victims of Epstein?
I haven't seen any testimony, so that's why I don't know.
I'm sorry, but you don't have to see testimony to believe the victims of Epstein.
how am I supposed to believe them if I don't know what I've seen? I haven't seen anything. What am I supposed to believe? I can't believe it's something I haven't.
Wait. Do you believe Jeffrey Dahmer was a bad person?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have direct evidence that you can cite right now off the top of your head, or would you just say because of the fact that there is sufficient proofs that was already established, they've been found guilty, it's been determined?
He has named victims with like proof of cut up body parts in a freezer.
Wait, so you say because there's proof. That's exactly what we're pointing to in the scenario, and you're saying, well, I just don't care about that proof. Okay, I'm referencing people that have actually been assaulted and trafficked by Epstein.
There's the people that say
they got a settlement with the Epstein estate because it was true.
So you're
So
saying
if that is the case, and they made credible accusations about Epstein, and the accusations also include accusations against Trump because Epstein trafficked her to Trump, wouldn't that mean you would believe, if you believe the accusations against Epstein, that you would also believe the accusations targeted against the people that they were trafficked to?
it depends.
What?
He's like the leader of the ring. So of course, if he got paid, he said the lady got paid the settlement. Obviously, you believe that he was the reason for it, but there was no, again, taken back to is it prosecutable?
Wait, why don't you believe that
there's nothing in the files that's going to make him be...
Yes, there is. If you believe their accusations targeted towards Epstein, why wouldn't you believe the accusation against Epstein that he trafficked her to Trump? Why wouldn't you believe that allegation?
Did that lady who made an accusation against Trump get a settlement?
Listen. If you believe her allegations about Epstein, why wouldn't you then believe her allegation about Epstein that literally includes trafficking to Trump?
Like I said, because all that I've seen about him being an inside op for Epstein, or not for Epstein, but against Epstein.
I know, but that's just you guys coping with the reality that your guy's implicated, not actual evidence that he was on the inside and trying to take everything out from the inside. Again, he wished Ghislaine Maxwell well and gave her a lower security prison to go into.
And I brought that up. I never said I agreed with it, but like I'm saying, there's nothing I can say. Yes, you can be like conspiracy, whatever you want to say, and say if Jeffrey Epstein did this and this girl got a settlement from it, don't you think the people that he trafficked people to should be whatever? But if there's no there is no prosecutable evidence that he would get processed in court, like to actually get sentenced. There's no visual proof. You're saying that I would have to see the CSAM, all this stuff like visual. I don't want to see that, but like obviously. There is no visual proof.
There is evidence outside of visual that establishes things to be true.
Enough to get him prosecuted and serve time?
Well, I believe that it should, but just because he hasn't been gone after doesn't mean he hasn't committed this crime. Plus, we can acknowledge the fact. Plus, we can acknowledge the fact that we don't need him to be put in prison to know that he's committed these horrible crimes. Like, dude, acknowledge the reality that's fucking...
There's word proof.
Wait, does that make him at least look guilty from your perspective? That they're scrubbing the interviews associated with the allegations?
It does.
Okay. So why does it make him look guilty?
Well, obviously being listed in the... You are who you are associated with. So obviously you're going to look guilty being with someone who has a reputation of what...
No, it's not just that. I'm talking about him scrubbing the allegations.
Well, that as well.
So because by the way, there are FBI tips in there that make allegations against him that they left in there, right? We're talking about allegations from a credible victim that was determined to be credible by the federal government. That's why there were multiple different interviews, and they're scrubbing this. That's clearly incriminating. Come on. At this point, you should be able to call this out. Come on, man. Stand up for America.
I didn't say...
you don't have to be a Democrat. Just stand up for America and say that you don't stand with people that do shit like this.
I didn't say that was right. I'm saying...
But you're willing to sit there and still defend him.
Well, I'm saying that there is no concrete proof of him doing anything, any wrong.
There is, dude. Then why is he scrubbing it?
You're asking me like I know.
Well, there is no good reason for him to scrub it if it's not because of the fact that it incriminates him. Otherwise, you know damn well he would fucking post every single damn one of those files if he was being desecrated in terms of his reputation because of this. You know how narcissistic he is. Genuinely. He would have done that if he could.
Maybe so. But again,
Not just maybe so, that would have been the
a
case.
lot of unknowns here. A lot of unknowns here. Like I said, nothing's going to happen to anybody, and unfortunately,
You don't, because you don't want things to happen to them for literally
Me?
being accountable
What's
for
that
these
to do with
crimes.
me?
You support Trump, even though he's literally covering it up in front of your eyes.
I support him as a president, not a person.
Yet what he's doing as president is preventing the release of all of the Epstein files and scrubbing the interviews associated with allegations targeted towards him, and then engaging in starting wars, literally when he said that he wouldn't start wars and no new wars.
Well, piggybacking off what you said earlier, just picking a president also making the country go in the right direction.
What? He's not.
Right.
And name one way he's benefiting the country and putting them in the right, putting us in the right direction.
I think he's slightly under promised on deportations, but still getting over 300,000 deportations. Is slowly helping America get back to
Name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society.
Safety and security.
So if you're saying for the people who have committed the worst of the worst crimes, actually we'd be able to go after them to a greater extent if we provided a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because then we'd be able to spend more time focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than just people who are coming here for a better life. Plus, if you want to address people who have committed violent crimes, probably shouldn't support the guy who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and then literally is credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor, held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, and is literally a violent sex offender himself.
All right. We get it. But what
you literally support a violent sex offender, and you're like, "Oh, let's stop this from happening." Do you hear yourself?
Proof of him being a violent sex offender.
There is. He was held liable for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. He's credibly accused in the Epstein files by a minor. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally him admitting to engaging in sexual assault. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. Turn off Fox News, wake the fuck up, and realize that your president is a horrible person. He just left. Look at that. He wants to keep looking at Fox News so badly that he's not even willing to criticize his own worldview. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would have asked him if I saw this before. E, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. E, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry that it's going bad right now. I'm so sorry. I'm glad that I'm able to help you feel less alone. Well, just know that we're always here and we always will support you. Thank you so much, E. I really appreciate it. Sarah as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Catherine, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Can we have some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we have some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we have some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? And exactly, literally admits that without even realizing it. It's fucking hilarious. Can we have some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Catherine. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Mr. Piano Geek, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said I got sober 2 years ago, but even in the worst of my ADDICTION, I had more of a moral compass than this caller. Please now, I have money to support winners like Parker. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to this next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, looks like we put them to sleep. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
19.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
What's your birth month?
January.
And you said January 2007, you're 20 years old, right?
19, not 20.
19? Okay. And does your profile picture say, make Iran great again?
Yes, I'm Iranian.
Okay. Alrighty. And you said, wait, so to clarify, you said you're 19 years old? What year? What year did you graduate high school?
Huh?
What year did you graduate high school? They just left. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Greg, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. They said it's all about the oil. Oil prices doubled overnight. Donald doubled his money from stolen oil. Literally. Well, thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Christ, Mascot, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Good W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go on the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Again, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. As well as Veronica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Veronica. And Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
22.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I think I'd say so.
Okay, if election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
What was the question?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris versus... probably Trump.
Okay. For sure, I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Alrighty. Veronica, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Rogue, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for hey. Let Dean know as well that gas prices are about to skyrocket because of the war in Iran. It will make all supplies go up in price. And apparently, Trump supporters are going to forget about the fact that they paraded gas prices went down. Then Benjamin, thank you for the $10. He said, when you minimize or excuse child abuse to defend a politician, you weaken the standard that protects every child. That's very true, Benjamin. Thank you so much. Here's some W's for Benjamin in the comment section. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Soper, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Based, well, thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, I think he's just the best guy that we can really depend on, just because I feel like he really is just in terms like he really looks for he represents the best interest for the American people right now.
How so?
Well, just at first, I know that some people would see him not invading, but like attacking Iran, helping Israel with that whole conflict. It seems as a bad thing, but I've heard that are you familiar with John K? You know his name, like the CIA guy.
What's up? Yeah, go ahead.
Like, are you familiar with that guy, like John K? Whatever that guy's last name is?
It sounds very familiar. Yes.
Yeah, it's like the CIA guy that's been like been trending all over the TikTok and like Instagram Reels and all that shit, all that stuff. And I've heard that like one of the reasons why Trump has been even took that action is because that Israel said to Trump that from John K's words, whatever that guy's last name is, that like if Trump doesn't help Israel with their conflict, that Israel's gonna use nuclear weapons. And so Trump really only really intervened just to stop that. And I think that's a pretty good reason.
So he fought on Israel's side because they're threatening to use nuclear weapons on the rest of the planet.
Not the rest of the planet, just towards Iran.
Okay.
And we don't really want to.
One, we wouldn't want to support the country doing that. Two, I don't think that there's necessarily been enough evidence to support that. I would love to hear. And then three, if you want to talk about people who disagreed with the war in Iran, take a listen to this real quick.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
No, I get that. I've heard that clip numerous times from you and Dean, the other Dean dude, Dean Withers or something. And yeah, but you must understand that clip was very old ago. I'm not saying that's AI or whatever. I can very well agree that's a very real clip that Trump has said in the past. But honestly, we just don't know the full situation. That's Trump when he wasn't in office and didn't know how presidency works. And like he probably just speaks like every other guy who who thinks he knows about politics until he actually gets in office, and so maybe it's just not so like black and white in terms of like.
So everything he
fighting with
ran
everyone
on, he's
that are
not
good.
actually upholding. But wasn't by the time he was running in 2024, he'd already been in office though, and listen to what he said in 2024 running for office. What he was going to do.
Have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. And I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet.
No, I look. Those are fair clips to bring out, but obviously, I feel like no president, like nowadays, is really gonna say that they're pro-war. Like they're obviously gonna say that they're against war. They're gonna try their best to not have war happen. But like, what more negotiating can you really do if like?
So then you disagree with Trump's war?
Option. Trump's war. I mean, I feel like it's necessary if like that Israel nuke option is still valid.
So you say everyone's going to be against war, but yourself?
What? No, not at all.
You just said that you're in support of the war.
Well, obviously, I don't want the war to happen, but literally, if that
so you don't support
Israel argument, I mean, I really don't want war to happen at all.
So you disagree with Trump's support for the war?
Well, he also has a pretty good reason.
Do you
I
think
guess so, yeah.
What good reason?
That Israel argument I said about like them having.
That's not a good reason.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'm
if
just
anything, that's a reason to like literally take out Israel's government. What? I'm not trolling. That argument you provided was an argument to take out the government of Israel, not an argument to take out the supreme leader in Iran. That's an argument to take out literally the Israeli government for threatening to nuke other countries because they didn't get their fucking way in Iran.
Yeah.
Isn't that like a national security risk?
Yeah, that's just something that the actual politicians should really worry about. But I don't really think that Trump is fighting Iran just to like try to take down Israel. If anything, I think like
he's distracting away from the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. I don't really think that's also true either. You know, like military operations takes months in advance to plan out. So like I know like we're digging more closer into the Epstein files and like getting closer and all that, but I just don't really think that's like a valid argument to make that like Trump is doing all this just to avoid the Epstein files, because like I said, that just takes months and preparation in advance. You can't just do that on the whim or fly.
You understand that he could have been prepping things like this prior, alongside the fact that he was doing this in order to distract away. He could be doing both.
Okay, that's fair, but also, like, didn't he sign away like where like he allowed the Epstein files to be more disclassified, and that's why millions of files.
He's violating the very law that he signed.
And what particular one?
The Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Oh, how has he violated them?
Yeah, they were supposed to release all of the files with the explanations of all of the redactions, and they have not done that.
Well, honestly, I'm not Trump. I don't work for him, so honestly, I can't really say that like why he hasn't. I know you're saying like probably because like there's incriminating evidence on the guy, but I'm pretty sure like having like the files already been verified in some way, and we're like if there was incriminating evidence against Trump, like it would have already been used to like attack Trump and weaponize and harm his reputation.
No, that would have been that would have been. There were plenty of things that have already been released that would have made him look worse. That would have helped the Democrats win. If they actually weaponized the DOJ, they would have been released because they can pick which specific files they would have wanted to release. That there is evidence they did not weaponize the DOJ.
Yeah, weaponized because they
weren't weaponizing the DOJ. The DOJ was independent under the Biden administration, so they weren't dealing with the daily doings of the DOJ, like how Trump is.
So So like you're saying like they weaponized Epstein files against Trump because there wasn't
They
anything
could have
found against him?
weaponized it against him, like Merrick Garland specifically, but they didn't.
Okay. And also just I guess I'll ask a question, but like you probably answered this numerous times, but like how come if Trump is such a bad guy, how come people vote for him in the first place? How did he even get into this office? How did he like win the election twice?
Because you guys voted for him. Is that complicated? There's a lot of people that are willing to vote for him based upon misinformation, such as yourself.
But like, yeah, I know that
Quite
like
literally, ask yourself, why is he in the position of power he's in? And I hate to be so blunt, people like you who support him.
I mean, honest, yeah, all right, that's fair. I guess I should probably do my research before I even try to debate about this topic for sure.
Okay. But like, I guess my point is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Start a draft, I guess. I don't know. Like, that's a pretty big red flag, I guess.
Okay. If he called for the execution of some Democrats because they told people to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders in the military, would you say that they shouldn't support, or I mean that you would still support him?
I mean, if he was dead serious, maybe. But like, I feel like I know like he's probably said that, tweeted that, made a statement about that. But I don't think he's actually that serious. Like, if he was really
So
serious
do you think you'd still support a candidate who would joke about like murdering their political opponents?
I don't think
in
he
the
was really
position of
joking.
office. I think that you have to take the position of presidency a lot more seriously than that.
No, yeah, for sure. But like, I think he was just probably just voicing out his frustration. Like, I mean, if you see, like,
I'm sorry, I don't think you'd be okay with any other candidate doing that. If I voiced out my frustration specifically by saying Charlie Kirk deserved to die, would you say that would be justified?
No, that'd be pretty mean. Honestly, I wouldn't like that.
Yeah. So then, like, if you wouldn't excuse it on behalf of me, why do you excuse it on behalf of Trump?
No, I mean, like, I'm not excusing that either. I'm just saying, like, I guess where he could be coming from. Like, obviously, that's just not that's never a nice thing to say, to wish execution on anyone. But I'm just trying to tell you that, like, he's
so
never
then
taken that
explain to me
seriously.
why you're able to overlook it on behalf of Trump, but if a Democrat were to do that, you probably wouldn't be able to overlook it.
No, I wouldn't overlook that all. Like, if any other Republicans that like wish execution on a Democrat affiliate, like, I would still condemn that. Like, I was still like, hey, that's not nice. It's not cool. You probably shouldn't do that. Honestly, like, I mean, I can't make Trump take back what he says, right? Like, it's just my opinion, honestly, on that part.
Okay, but you can stop supporting him for doing things that are blatantly undemocratic, are tyrannical, incredibly authoritarian, and meet the literal description of fascism.
Can you define fascism for me?
Yeah, I used the 14 points of fascism. The first one being continuing powerful nationalism. Number 2 being the disdain for the recognition of human rights. Right. Number 3, or let me give you the 14 points directly. I'm not going to just go based on memory. The identification of enemies/scapegoats as a unifying cause. 4, the supremacy of the military. 5, the rampant sexism. 6, controlled mass media. 7, obsession with national security. 8, with religion and government intertwined. 9, with corporate powers protected. 10, labor power suppressed. 11, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. 12, obsession with crime and punishment. 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. And 14, fraudulent elections.
And you think Trump has meet all those requirements?
Yes. And do you want me to go through explicitly why?
I maybe not each one. I guess just the main parts, really. I guess.
Yeah, like calling for the executions of people meets the criteria of the disdain for the recognition of human rights. We all know powerful and continuing nationalism is applicable to him. We all know they identify as enemies/scapegoats as a unifying cause, like undocumented immigrants, trans people, liberals, quote unquote Antifa, etc., Muslims. He obviously advocates for supremacy of the military. That's obvious. He obviously has rampant sexism. I don't even know if I have to give explanations of that. That's obvious. He literally said that media organizations that criticize him are illegal or engaging in seditious behavior for literally just criticizing him. Okay. Number 7, obsession with national security. That one's obviously blatantly there. I don't even need to explain that one. 8, religion and government intertwined. He uses religion to justify it all the time. And not even just that he specifically believes in it, but it says it's used as a tool to manipulate public opinion. That's specifically what Donald Trump does. He's obviously protected corporate power specifically by literally getting rid of EPA standards, right? Reducing the EPA by 40%, which specifically goes after corporations that are disenfranchising people based upon negative externalities. The 11 is disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. He's quite literally defunded NASA. He's defunded cancer research. He's got rid of a lot of the funding for scientific research in general. He's literally denied science in terms of saying the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet, and literally said that climate change is a hoax. That's obviously disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. Obsession with crime and punishment. The whole thing about law and order. We can talk about that, and undocumented immigrants. 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. Him gaining $3 billion from the presidency, literally dropping a meme coin and rug pulling it. There are countless things I can point to in terms of corruption. And then fraudulent elections. Don't even need to explain that. He's literally said the 2020 election was stolen with no evidence. I just explained how every single piece of the criteria in the 14 points of fascism applies to him. And by the way, I only just need most of them to apply to him in order for him to be considered a fascist.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Like, that's fair. Like, I'm guessing if he meets a majority of those a majority of those definitions, I guess he could be labeled as a fascist. Honestly, you told me a lot of information, a lot to absorb, to process, and honestly, I should really do my own research about it, and maybe I'll get back to you on that, really.
All right, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Alrighty. Benjamin, thank you for $20. He said, oh, so let's get this straight. If another country blackmails us into joining their war and we just go along with it, that's not leadership. Yeah, that's literally exactly not leadership. Benjamin's whole thing, the $25 said, following that logic, if he were bad, he wouldn't have been elected. Then you wouldn't have then you would have to say the same thing about leaders like Adolf Hitler. Literally crazy. Like in any other Democratic leader that was bad throughout history. And by the way, you have to say that about Biden. Literally, who was appointed chancellor in 1933 after his party won the largest share of votes. Literally ridiculous. So, Shanette, thank you so much. Or Haruka, thank you so much for the purchase of the $1. Thank you so much. Tania, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you're able to watch them, as well as Chill. Thank you so much for the purchase of the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's go on to the next conversation. Veronica, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Veronica. And thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, Veronica. W's for Veronica in the comment section right now. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if we do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
I definitely don't support all he does, but I did vote for him, which I guess you can say counts as supporting him.
So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, probably neither Green Party or...
Well, I'm glad that you've changed your mind. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live 9 a.m. Pacific time. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump? Hello?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, and if the election
They're
were held
lagging
today,
really
I would
badly.
vote.
They're lagging really badly. Make sure to send a guest request back if you stop lagging. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. About an hour and 48 minutes left in the stream. We got another hour and 12 minutes or so left on the stream. Yo, it's or 2 hours and 12 minutes. 2 hours and 12 minutes. I apologize. Yo, it's a how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Did you just give us a quick second? Alrighty, again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I got a test tomorrow. Any tips?
Study. I would recommend studying, probably rather than watching my stream, to be totally honest. And get some good sleep. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't tell you, you're a role model to everybody. I love you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. We are just looking for some debates right now that, by the way, everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Thank you so much for the kind words, by the way. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual quick. Again, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
August.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
I'm sorry. They sound very young. I apologize if I'm wrong, but they do sound very, very young. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry,
Yo,
I
what's up?
didn't
How
mean
old
to
are you?
request.
You didn't mean to request? All right, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
I'm sorry, they sound young too. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty, I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Green Party.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen and you would vote for Trump in that situation. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, just give us a quick second, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Pale.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Looks like there's no Trump supporters anymore, chat. Looks like they all are too scared to debate. Oh, wait, this guy again? Oh, my God, not this guy again.
What's up, Parker?
Oh, God, why'd you come back?
I don't know. You finally accepted. I've been here for a minute.
I didn't know. I didn't see you.
I mean, you can drop me if you want to drop me. Doesn't really matter.
I have like no guest requests right now, so maybe you're lucky.
Do we want to chat?
I guess I'll ask you. I guess until I feel like it. How do you feel about Trump's war in Iran?
I mean, it's not currently a war yet.
It is a war.
It isn't a war. Who's stated that it's a war?
Can you define a war?
I do not want to. I don't even care about Iran at the moment. But I already know. I already know exactly how you're going to go about it, right? Because I obviously am going to say it needs congressional approval to be clarified, like declared as a war. But that hasn't happened since World War II, is what you're going to say, and then I'm going to say, well, it's a military operation, and then you're going to say, well, what constitutes a military operation versus a war? It's kind of a stupid circular conversation.
I don't think that's circular. I think that's a relevant conversation towards whether or not you're going to designate
Which
it
I've
as a
had with
war.
a bunch of other people, so it doesn't really matter that much. I want to talk about...
it's designated as a war, right? And are you
how
saying
is it who's designated it as a war?
Well, I think based upon a typical notion of the word war, right? We're going to apply
Really?
it. Yeah.
So who has designated it as a war?
I would under my definition. You would under your definition. The media and typical would designate it as one.
The media hasn't designated it as a war either.
I do think that the media surrounding, like, again, the narrative around like what's happening is literally calling it a war. Plus,
No,
hasn't
they aren't.
Trump
Can you source that?
basically declared it himself?
I think Trump definitely said something about a war with Iran. I do remember that. But
Okay.
can you give me a media source that actually is calling this a war?
That's based upon Trump, what he said.
Okay, so Trump said that it's a war. So it's a war. Is that what
Meets
you're
the-
saying?
I mean, would you
I don't
consider?
think he can actually call
Would you
for a war,
consider
bud.
major combat operations in Iran a war?
No, that actually is literally stating in that it's a major combat operation. It's an operation, not a war. Do you think taking down the Venezuelan president, do you think that was a war?
So you're saying so the only reason you're saying that there's a distinction was that there just wasn't congressional approval. Is that the only distinction?
No, I didn't say that. I said that's how this conversation would go.
Okay.
But it is a
would you like me to
military
give you media
operation.
publication that
It's
calls it
not
a war?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I actually wanted to talk about the Epstein files, but we never talk about what I want to talk about. It's okay.
Oh, does that hurt your feelings?
Nah, it's good, man. You guys never want to talk to me about that. I don't know why. I feel like you guys are running, but it is what it is.
So, The Guardian is U.S.-Israel war on Iran. That's like in the title. So
that is the headline.
So it's just like, I mean, if you agree that it's just like a semantical thing, why was your dispute of what I said?
No, because
that
it's a
not
combat
war?
operation. It's not a war.
I think
So
it is.
what's the difference in your head between a war and combat operation? Also, by the way, they're actually claiming that this is a Israel war with Iran. There's not U.S. in this article. I just opened it up.
It
was
says
3 hours ago.
the title
Yeah, the
literally
headline.
says
Yeah,
U.S.-Israel war. And by the way, the U.S. is
Perfect.
involved with that.
But then the actual pork of the article, besides that headline, actually kind of just states it's an Israel war with Iran. So
I don't see where you see that.
okay, then I mean, am I in the wrong?
I just don't see where you see that it only
It says
says
U.S.
it's Iran,
Israeli
Israel.
war on Iran live. Israel
Yeah.
launches new wave of attacks. This is the article that you're talking about, correct?
Well, it was as it's happened, U.S.-Israel war on Iran. But what you're referencing specifically is literally it saying that there is the
Did
U.S.
you
thing
click on that,
involved.
or are you just looking at the headline right now?
I clicked on it.
You clicked on it?
Wait,
Okay, so
yeah,
what does it
wait,
say once
and
you click on it?
There's the article, and we can go through that. There's multiple different things. There's
Okay, for sure.
it gives you the Ayatollah killed, the visual guide into the U.S. Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's response, the war on Iran, how the U.S. Israeli bid for regime change unfolded. That's literally what it links.
I'm not seeing that. I think we're on a different article, which is kind of weird.
Well, I told you the title, so I mean.
And I told you the title that I'm looking at, and I'm not seeing that.
Okay, that's fine. I told you where you can find it. You also read off on the title that you're looking at that it was literally saying U.S.-Israel war. So I don't know why you
I
keep
will actually
disputing
give
this.
you that because they say on the title that it's a war, but then in the pork, it just says U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran.
U.S.
Iran's
and
Supreme
Israeli
Leader
strikes. There we go. That's
Ali
literally
something was killed on Saturday after Israel launched a war on the country to trigger a regime change. This is what it's saying on my end. I don't see the U.S. launched a war on the country to trigger regime change.
Did the war start with the U.S. and Israeli military operation?
Obviously, it was. This was
So that's
already
a launched
starting
war.
and going.
You agreed that
because Israel was already
is
striking
Israel at
Iran.
war with Iran?
No. Oh wait, Israel? Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so if the U.S. and Israel launched a joint attack against
operate
Iran, and there's
that doesn't mean
continued
the U.S.
attacks,
is at war currently.
then why have Americans died?
How many have died? 3?
Yeah, from what I've seen at least.
Okay, for sure. I was just making sure you didn't fall into the 560 propaganda. Okay, yeah. So, how many U.S. service members die within a year just in regular joint operations?
Dude, I'm just telling you specifically that this is literally the U.S.
Just because,
members have
I'm
died.
saying just because
wait,
U.S.
listen,
service
listen. You're not
members
listening.
die.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Okay.
I'm saying that there was a started conflict specifically by the United States. There have been U.S. members still continued involved. If you're saying that Israel's at war and that we did a joint operation with Israel to start it and we're still continued with it, then clearly we're still at war. I don't know why we're having this semantical dispute
Because
here,
this
when
isn't
clearly
war, and
this
you're the
does
one that
mean
brought
that it's
it
a
up.
war.
I wanted to
It
talk
clearly
about
is a
something
war.
else.
I mean, you want to get dog walked on the Epstein files too. Do you have like a thing where you like getting dog walked on the stream? Is that what it is?
Yeah, sure, man. It's fine with me. I actually like to. Are we actually switching to that topic?
If you want to talk about that, go for it, because you clearly
for sure
can't have this talk.
You stated on another live with me that here, and I really actually don't know where I want to start with this. You guys utilize previous allegations by President Trump to try to prove that he's a pedophile and that he is technically complicit in the Epstein files. You guys use Jane Doe number 4, the 1983 allegation about Donald Trump pushing a female onto his exposed penis and her biting his penis and then punching her in the face and then kicking her out of the car as one of these several allegations that you are trying to prove that he is somehow a pedophile. Is that, do I have that correct so far?
You're forgetting a huge important aspect, that this is a credible victim that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So
Yes,
the allegations
and
that they
so
engaged
when
in
was
were
that
wait,
settlement?
Can I please finish? Can I please
We're
finish?
talking about Jane Doe number 4, just to be 100% clear, correct?
I'm pretty sure that that's how they're designated.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
So can you let me finish my point?
Yeah. do it.
So again, they were determined through the settlement specifically to be a credible victim. There were multiple interviews associated with the allegations made towards Trump, the FBI engaged in, and Donald Trump's DOJ has quite literally scrubbed those. If there's no incriminating information with them, why did Donald Trump scrub them?
So Donald Trump didn't scrub them. The DOJ took it out because of victim testimony and their attorneys' duplicate processes. You've already seen the file that had it, right, before it was taken down and then redacted and then put back up.
So the point that I'm making is that
just answer the question. You've already clearly we both have knowledge of this, so we do know that this did.
I don't think we've seen all 3 of the interviews.
Okay, thank you. First off, it was 4. Second off, you definitely know that the FBI.
Listen. There were 3 interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards Trump. One of them was a different interview with that same person, but it wasn't about Trump.
Oh, okay, exactly. And that's where the settlement kind of happened, right? Because that was a 2019 interview where she went against Epstein's estate, and then she stopped contacting and stopped talking to the FBI in 2021, correct?
Yeah, wait, so repeat the last part, sorry?
So she stopped contacting and actually having conversations with the FBI in 2021, correct?
I think so. I'd have to look back at the specific year.
And she stated that this happened in 1983, correct?
Yes, it was between 1983 and 85, I think.
Okay, and when did Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein start hanging out? That's public.
I'd have to look. Push the galaxy.
1987. How would she be able to go and hang out with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in 1983 if they didn't see each other until 1987?
Where do you see that specifically? What year it was?
You can keep searching.
No, I'm asking, what did you see?
Well, there's literally no credible evidence before 1987 that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other.
Well, then again, one, there wouldn't be specifically them removing these particular files related to this, right? That wouldn't make any sense. Like in the same way that there are other ones specifically.
No. Don't
listen,
pivot.
Let me
Don't
please
pivot.
finish.
Don't
Let me please
pivot.
finish.
How can she
And
be credible?
In the same way
FBI
that there are.
didn't
Let
say
me
she
please
was
finish.
credible
Let me
about
please
Donald
finish.
Trump, sir.
Let me please finish.
She said she was
let me
credible
please
about
finish.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Stop talking.
And she only
Stop talking. Let me please
one
finish.
interview about Trump.
Okay. Do
Never
you want me to
stated that
kick you?
ever again.
Do you want me to kick you because you can't let me finish?
I think you want to kick me.
I would prefer not to. So I can respond to this. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Yeah. So, one, if there was nothing specifically in this, they wouldn't be scrubbing them in the same way they didn't scrub other files specifically in which there are accusations targeted towards Trump. I would like to specifically verify the timeline that you're referencing. If you would like to provide corroborating evidence of said timeline, I'd be able to then verify it for us on the stream. Is that okay?
Sure. There's literally zero evidence of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein knowing each other before 1987. The only evidence that there is with that 1987 date is Donald Trump himself stating when he met Jeffrey Epstein. Before that, there's absolutely nothing going on.
So again, you just said that.
It's
I asked you
impossible for me to prove. It's impossible for me to prove something that
impossible.
It doesn't exist.
Wait, no, I'm just saying that you have reports specifically that the first accounts are that. I'm just asking you, what are the reports
It's
on that?
Donald Trump stated he knew him about 15. He started meeting him about 15 years ago. When Donald Trump purchased Mar-a-Lago, it was down the street from Jeffrey Epstein's house. That was the early 90s. So at that point, honestly, since you're saying that this is a credible accuser from 1983, you would actually have to provide proof that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were in close contact in 1983 for these allegations to actually be credible, because the FBI didn't say that they were credible.
Wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Listen, your argument was that they weren't friends prior to this point, meaning you were able to dispute the fact that that was the case. You have lack of evidence disputing that. Therefore, that's not a dispute of it
evidence is
at all.
when they started living close together, and Donald Trump's words saying 15 years ago, which places the date in 1987.
Yeah, so again, you're claiming that that's the first particular report. That's not claiming.
Can you
they
prove
couldn't
that there's any earlier?
Listen.
Because I don't think you can.
Listen. That's not claiming that there's no specific possibility that they knew each other at that particular point.
Okay, perfect. So that's not an objective fact, though, correct? We cannot
What do you mean?
prove. We can't prove that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were actually hanging out in 1983.
So just because specifically there isn't evidence that they were publicly friends at that time, isn't evidence that they specifically couldn't have possibly known each other, and that Epstein could have introduced her to Trump still. So that's still not a dispute.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you admit that since we can't find evidence prior to 1987, that allegation could be just simply an allegation. And then can you also admit
But you understand that it doesn't make sense. Wait, by the way.
Sorry.
You have nothing saying that this couldn't have possibly happened, and everything still points to the fact that this is a legitimate, incredible accusation because of the settlement. Listen, because of the settlement, because of the specifically credible nature of them literally trying to scrub those files, but he didn't try to scrub other allegations in the context of the files.
Again, Trump's not the one scrubbing files, and
he's literally telling the DOJ to do things.
The DOJ has stated why they are taking things off of the Epstein files.
And what was the specific reason why they cut this one off?
The specific reason why they cut this one off, I think, was something to do with either duplicates or victims' names being unredacted. Okay, what?
And if victims' names were unredacted, why couldn't they just redact them and release them?
They already did release them, and
they didn't release all the interviews. That's not true.
Okay, so then can you tell me why the DOJ didn't include these 3 interviews that you're saying? Well, it was 4, but the 3 interviews that you're saying.
The 3 interviews that they scrubbed specifically, again, you keep saying 4. I told you one of them doesn't have allegations targeted towards Trump, meaning they didn't scrub it. Okay,
how would we know about this allegation if it was scrubbed?
So we know due to an NPR investigation and Roger Stoltenberger.
Okay, so we know about this particular document that hasn't been released, that was leaked into NPR, correct?
Yeah, so they have a review of FBI case file logs and discovery documents turned over to Maxwell and her attorneys in the criminal case.
Oh, perfect, because it's still a Maxwell and attorney's criminal case. Love it. How many times did she state that Donald Trump was present? Because everything that I've read, she's only stated it once and then didn't include it in the Epstein settlement case. So why wouldn't she include that? And then why would she stop talking to FBI?
Why would who not include?
Jane Doe number 4. Why wouldn't she include when she was suing the Epstein estate for this? Why wouldn't she include Donald Trump? And this, by the way, everybody, this was in 2019 when she stated that Donald Trump did this. So that's 36 years after the 1983 supposed attack that the FBI did not deem credible. She deemed stuff that
Wrong.
she said
Why
about
were there
Epstein
multiple
credible.
interviews? One. Two, why is the
Show
DOJ
me-
scrubbing this?
show me where the FBI said
the
that she was
argument you gave
credible
for them
against
scrubbing
Donald
it was applicable to practically so many of the other things that were in the context of the files, meaning that it would have then been released if that were the explanation. So what you provided was not a sufficient explanation for why the files have been scrubbed, right? That include the interviews associated with the allegations targeted towards Trump. And if you believe the allegations targeted towards Epstein, do you? Do you believe Jane Doe
I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't even think she ended up getting a settlement. I haven't even seen that. I've looked
Do you
that
believe
up.
Jane Doe
number
4's
4
allegation against Epstein
took out that she never got a settlement? Can you actually
she
prove
did.
that? Because I've looked it
The
up. I've
NPR
heard you say it
investigation.
multiple times. Well, because I think my source was actually NPR too.
and
where she
Roger
stated-
Sullenberger
Here, I'll
is
look
the
it up.
original
Give me a
is the
second.
original
Give
person.
me a
You
second.
can this has
I
been
know I have
vastly
that
reported
tab
on.
open. Give me 1 second.
It's been vastly reported on.
Well, because what I've seen is she actually took that out and then stopped talking to FBI investigators in 2021.
I don't know what you're particularly referencing. This has been vastly reported on. This was all very clear. And I gave you 2 places you can find that.
Okay, I'm on the NPR website right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to look up their investigation and them scrubbing those particular documents or interviews. And also you can look up Roger Sullenberger, because that was the original person that led to them specifically investigating this further.
Okay, I found it. Yeah, this is the exact article that I actually have. I'm glad that we use NPR. That's great. Ready? In the first interview document, the woman discussed ways that Epstein abused her as a girl and identified him to investigators. Showed a cropped photo of a disgraced financer. Her attorney said, "Are we on the same article?"
I might be. I'd have to scroll to find where you are.
Her attorney said it was cropped because she was, quote, concerned about implicating additional individuals and specifically any that were well known due to fear of retaliation. The FBI agents noted it was the widely distributed photo of Epstein with Trump. A woman whose biographical details and description of Epstein's abuse found in the FBI interview also lined up with details of a victim lawsuit in December 2019 filing. Jane Doe number 4 does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021. Attorneys for this accuser declined to comment. Elsewhere in the release of the Epstein files, someone in the FBI wrote on July 22nd, 2025, before the list and slide presentation were complied, that Trump's name was in the larger case files and that, quote, one identified victim claimed by abuse of Trump was ultimately refused to cooperate. How does that
don't
say
read
the
the whole
FBI
article
is-
to me.
It said that she
Don't
was
read the
credible.
whole article to me. I want you to go to Roger Sullenberger, and he specifically provides the fact that there was a settlement.
Sir, this is okay. So Roger,
Go to Roger Sullenberger. He provides that there's a settlement. If you can't find it directly there, just go to Roger Sullenberger, and that's
okay,
where.
I'm just letting you
originally-
know right now that your NPR source literally discredited what you've
No, it
been
didn't.
spewing to all of your
No, it
followers.
didn't. That does not
Yes.
discredit what I said. Nothing of what you just said discredited that. What are you talking about?
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Jane Doe number 4 is the accuser of Donald Trump about him pushing her head on his exposed penis.
Yeah, and you understand that there was specifically
You
a
were
settlement
wrong,
with the
and you
Epstein
spew
estate.
this shit constantly.
And I
I'm looking
literally
up,
just told you where
Roger
to find the
Sullenberger
information
right now.
from.
Don't worry,
You just said it
don't
was
worry,
disputed,
Parker, don't
and you
worry.
provided no evidence to dispute it. You literally just read things, and it didn't
what
even
do you
justify
want?
your
That
statement.
was evidence. That was your own. That was your own source.
No,
that
you just
literally
read off part of
stated
the article that didn't
she
even
wouldn't talk to
dispute
the
what I
FBI
said.
anymore. That's what she said. Anyway,
Wait, again, there was no
exactly what am I
stated
looking
there was
for,
no stated
Roger
position.
Sullenberger? Exactly how am I? What do you want me to look
There
up?
was no
Go.
stated position, right? That there was no settlement. Look up Roger Sullenberger.
Okay, that's the
settlement.
hill you're dying on right now. Is that there's
Look up Roger Sullenberger settlement with Epstein estate. Okay, and then read into the article. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I don't know why you do this every single time when you come up on the live stream. You crash out, dude.
That's not a crash out, bud.
You are clearly crashing out.
Okay, so you're just talking about the 35 million settlement, correct?
I forget the number it was.
What source do you want me to?
I told you,
click on
Roger
here?
Sollenberger.
Okay, yeah, it brings
Look
up
up Roger Sollenberger.
Sollenberger settlement with the Epstein estate. Which source would you like me to look at?
The one that is literally from Roger Sollenberger.
If I type literally from Roger Sollenberger, I don't
Yes,
know.
it comes up right away.
What do you want me to click
I don't
on
know why
here?
you can't acknowledge that.
Openclassactions.com, Courthouse News Service. What do you want me to click on?
Yeah, so actually, it's look at the Epstein cover-up. Why did the DOJ hide records of a woman who made claims against Trump? You can find it
Wow,
on
that
Substack.
seems very loaded. How about we just find the actual settlement?
Yeah, so again, I just told you, it literally has within the beginning of it. Last week, investigative reporter Roger Sollenberger found evidence with Epstein that the 21-page slideshow and in 2025 in reference to Trump allegedly assaulting a teenage girl in the 1980s. This woman later settled with the Epstein estate in 2021.
Where does it say Jane Doe number 4 is included in this?
This is specifically about literally the fact that, again, Roger Sollenberger was referencing the allegation from a teenage girl in the 1980s. That's literally what it was referencing. If you click on it, it quite literally
The settlement
shows
still
you
needs
that.
to be approved by a federal judge in the Southern District of New York. The executors of Epstein estate, Darren Idek and Richard Kahn, consented to a proposal settlement agreement that would resolve a 2024 civil class action by paying out $35 million if there are 40 or more eligible victims. This is what we're talking about?
I think, yeah.
So there is no settlement. You just said that there was a settlement. There is no settlement.
It literally says that they settled. I just read that off.
When? What year did they settle?
It doesn't tell me. I can look
It
through
doesn't
and
tell you
find
what
it.
year they settled? They didn't settle. Where's the
Let
settlement?
me click back. I just told you. I literally, it doesn't say, 2021, sorry.
2021. No, well, I mean, that's when it was proposed. Wait a minute.
It says this woman later settled with the Epstein estate in 2021. Apologize. I
Wait a
really
minute.
read that
but
off earlier,
NPR literally
by the way.
said, hold up. We're going to need to actually probably fact check that article, don't you think? You said it was a Substack article?
This is from Roger Sollenberger. Yes.
Well, from Roger Sollenberger, but then NPR literally says that Jane Doe number 4 doesn't mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against
Wait,
Epstein
doesn't mention
estate
Trump in one of the
December
interviews.
2021.
In one of the interviews, not all of them. Right, you're being
No, but
dishonest.
she dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021.
Wait. Show
So
me
where's the
this. Where in
settlements,
that does it say
Parker?
that? Wait, you're saying dismiss the claims. Therefore, you said there's no settlement. You think that the NPR article said that there's no settlement and that they weren't assaulted by Epstein?
She
Or trafficked out by
there was a
Epstein?
victim lawsuit in
So by the way, that's what you're
December
claiming
2019
NPR says.
filing. Jane
That's
Doe
not what
number 4.
NPR says.
That is what NPR says. I'm looking
NPR
right
does
at
not say that at all. No, they don't.
it. NPR literally says, does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December of 2021. Attorneys
Wait.
for this
What
accuser
does it say
declined
prior to that
comment.
point? Wait, what does it say prior to that point?
A woman whose biographical details and description of Epstein's abuse found in the FBI interview also line up with details from a victim lawsuit in the December 2019 filing. Jane Doe number 4 does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021. Just so everybody knows that I am talking about the same person.
He's going to stop reading right there. So tell me where you're at in the article. What's
Okay.
the title of the article? Is it Justice
Here.
Department withheld and removed some of the Epstein files related to Trump?
Trump execution Maxwell is the it's
So
Justice
he's on some
Department
other article, by
withheld
the way.
and removed some Epstein files related to Trump. That's what I'm
So
reading.
so the title is Justice Department withheld and removed some Epstein files related to Trump, right?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, and where are you at on the page?
Okay, so you kind of scroll past. You go to first woman accuses Trump of sexual abuse.
Okay.
And then
let's
two
go
paragraphs
to,
under
let's
that,
go to
it
find on
says the
page.
woman who directly
First,
named Trump in
hold
her
up,
abuse
hold up.
allegation
Please be
claimed
quiet. Please
this
be
is the same
quiet.
woman.
First, here we go. First woman
You
accused.
lost, Parker.
According to the newly released, the Epstein-related, the list collected. So this is referencing the first. The second accuser says she met. Okay, so by the way, this isn't. You're not referencing the one I'm talking about. You're referencing
yes, I am.
a different accuser.
No, because look, Parker.
You're reading.
Because in
You're
the
reading
beginning
this
it says the
incorrectly.
woman who directly, if you let me talk, it says in the article that we're both in, the woman who directly named Trump in her abuse allegation claimed that around 1983, when she was around 13 years old, Epstein introduced her to Trump, who quote, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis with which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. This is the exact same. So, I mean, I can read this whole thing. It's several paragraphs, but this is the exact one under first accuser with Donald Trump. And then if you go to the last two paragraphs, it states that in the December 2019 filing, Jane Doe number 4 does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021. Attorneys for this accuser declined to comment. This is the same woman. You did not read the whole article, and you're going around and spewing this shit.
Wait, where does it say dismisses the case?
So, okay, do you see where there's two EFTA files?
Yes.
Okay, right under that, bud.
Right under it? Okay. So in the interview document, the woman discussed ways Epstein abused her as a girl, and identifying him to investigators showed a cropped photo of the disgraced financier. Her attorney said it was cropped because she was concerned about implicating additional individuals, specifically that were well known due to fear of retaliation. The FBI noted as widely distributed interview. Wait. So which part were you saying disputes it?
Keep going. I just read this whole entire.
I understand. But
keep going. So after the FBI agents noted it was a widely distributed photograph of Epstein with Trump, it then says a woman whose biographical details and description of Epstein's abuse found in the FBI interview also line up with details for a victim lawsuit. In the December 2019 filing, Jane Doe number 4 does not mention Trump, and the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021. Attorneys for this accuser declined to comment. This is the same woman.
Wait, so ultimately refused to cooperate with talking about specifically relating to Trump. So this is just specifically saying that they
no, it says voluntarily dismissed her claims
against
the Epstein estate in December 2021, Parker.
Let me clarify. So when you say the woman voluntarily dismissed her claims against the Epstein estate, one, that does not mean that there wasn't a settlement. Right. The dismissal is the dismissal after the settlement.
I can't find it.
When you're talking about the dismissal, is the dismissal after a settlement?
It doesn't state that in the NPR article.
Okay, so when you settle, then you dismiss, right?
Settlement has said that the settlement hasn't gone through yet. So
wait, so let me clarify. Let me clarify. When they settle, does that mean that they dismiss the claims?
I mean, you might get me there, but the settlement
so by the way,
come down.
He just tried to portray this as a fucking W, and as this meaning that there is no settlement.
No, you have no
when
proof.
This literally does not mean that there is no settlement. That is actually hilarious.
Then it says attorneys for this accuser declined to comment after she dismissed her claims against Epstein's estate in December 2021.
You voluntarily dismiss them when there's a settlement.
Parker, when was the settlement? I still haven't found that it went through. Well, okay, I can't find a settlement that actually went through in 2021.
So when you voluntarily dismiss the claims when you settle, correct?
Sure, but the case.
So let me clarify. Them claiming in the article that she voluntarily dismissed the claims is not saying. Listen. It is not saying that they did not settle. Your argument was that because stop talking. Your argument was because of this that they did not settle. That was do you agree that was your argument?
They haven't settled. There is no settlement yet.
Wait, so to clarify, you agree that
when that says they settled.
Hey, Joshua.
Besides a Substack article.
Joshua, can you please stop? I'm literally trying to get you to engage with this right now. Do you agree that when it says that they voluntarily dismissed it does not mean that they did not settle? Can you agree there?
I'm not going to agree with that because they haven't settled. I'm still waiting for any proof, any legal documentation besides a Substack article that says they
Can
settled.
you just listen? Engage with the point.
Thank you, Joe.
Did you just,
Okay,
you
that's
just like
pretty cool.
literally
Look
do
at you
that
in a
and to thank
Pomodoro.
someone for a donation because you just wanted to deflect
Yeah,
away
thank
from
you,
the
Joe,
fact
for
that I was
that
right?
donation.
He's getting cooked that he's making up fake donations.
That wasn't a fake donation. Look at my little diamond thingy. I just got a little chandelier.
You thanked
hey, thank
Joe
you,
for the
Parker
hanging
or
lights.
something.
Yeah. So
thank you.
You're dishonest. Okay. So again, what you're not understanding is that given that there was a dismissal does not mean that there wasn't a settlement. Okay. I just want to let you know there clearly was still a settlement.
Where's the settlement, Parker?
I already told you. I already told you that
Substack
there was a
article.
settlement. What you just
Where?
referenced, by the way, when you engage in a settlement, there is a technical
Thank you, Joe,
term
for that donation.
there is specifically a dismissal, right? That is literally what they have to call for when they get a settlement.
Cool, bro. Find me the fucking settlement. That's
I
not
told
a
you, I
Substack
gave you the
article.
site.
Yeah, you gave me a Substack article. I can't
Yes,
find
because
the
it
settlement.
cites specifically the fact that there was a settlement. It literally shows within the context of the article where you can find it if you'd
Bro,
like to
I'm
click
looking
on
at
it.
Courthouse News Service, Success Knox, The Guardian. The Guardian literally says February 20th, 2026.
You just don't want to accept the truth. I literally provided you
No,
one.
I think
and by the
you
way,
don't,
the
because you're
NPR
literally
article
sitting
literally
here saying
does
that there was a
tells you that there
settlement in
is a
2021
settlement.
and there isn't.
It tells you that there was a settlement in the context of the NPR article when it says that they voluntarily dismissed the claims because of this. You understand that, right? Like, I'm literally providing you the source for the information, and you're not acknowledging it because you're dishonest.
No, because I'm not going to listen to a Substack article. Maybe give me a better source, because everything that I look up,
The
especially
Substack
when I
article
put,
is
like,
literally of the private
2021.
investigator that is reporting upon the fact that they saw this information.
Okay, so you're just going to believe, oh,
They
hey,
show the information that you can find on there as well. You can look up settlements right further if you want to keep finding it. Right, just look up.
I literally can't find it. What I can find about Roger Sullenberger in 2021 is obituaries, which is interesting.
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's the only thing that comes up with Roger Sullenberger in 2021, that there's an obituary. So I can't find any settlements with the Epstein estate in 2021.
So when you said earlier you were reading it off that there was a settlement, right?
That's still ongoing. The newest things about it, it's a $35 million settlement that is getting approved. That was
that's with
February
victims as a whole,
20th of
correct?
2026.
Yeah, that's with victims as a whole, right? But
Okay,
if you
but
look
now
at
you're saying that she stopped talking to FBI investigators and took down her claims because she got a settlement. I don't see that. I don't have.
again,
I don't
I've
see
given
any
you
proof.
information to justify that, and you said that you don't take it as sufficient evidence. That's what you've just said.
Yes, a Substack article is not
Yeah,
sufficient
of an
evidence.
investigator.
Thank you, Gavin,
yeah.
for that donation.
Again, you're just using this to deflect away. You know, I'm going to do this because you're doing that.
This isn't a
Karen, thank you so
deflection.
much for the
You
$10.
gave
I
me-
really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Karen in the comment section right now for when you settle a lawsuit. It is done
I have
outside the
proved
courts.
it,
Once the
Linda.
settlement is finalized, the claimant dismisses the claims in court. True.
Parker got
Spoof, thank you
cooked.
so
He
much for
knows he got
$5. I
cooked.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Spoof. Give me some W's for Spoof in the comment section right now. I really appreciate the $5.
And then
Thank
he
you.
mutes me.
Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25. Cry about it, buddy. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $25
Just
for a
run,
picture.
Parker.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment
Just
section
like
right
your
now.
boy Dean.
As well as
Run.
Benjamin, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Benjamin in the comment section as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, don't let this guy insert unverified information in the stream. I got you. Of course I don't.
Didn't
Thank you
you
so much. As
say
well as
with
thank you for the
me reading
$25. Thank you so
donations
much. I
that
really
I was
appreciate it,
losing
Benjamin. Again with the $25.
Seems like you're
I really
losing an
appreciate it. Give me some
argument
W's
now.
for Benjamin in the comment section right now for the $25.
That's some
Thank you
interesting
so much.
shit,
Really
bro.
appreciate it. Thank you. As well as also thank you for the $25. Can you thank Benjamin for the $25?
Hey, Parker, just
Hey Joshua, can you thank Benjamin for the $25?
Benjamin, you can hit me up on Venmo as well.
Can you thank him for the $25?
Oh, Gavin, thank you for that beautiful necklace. That was excellent.
Can you thank Benjamin for the $25?
Thank you, Gavin.
Can you thank Benjamin for the $25?
I don't know. Didn't you say that when I started
Oh, well, Jessica, thank you
was-
so much
I
for
was
the $10.
losing.
I really appreciate it, Jessica. Thank you so much. They said a
'Cause you look
civil
like
rights
you lost.
paralegal here. Voluntarily dismissal clearly
Parker
indicates
lost.
settlement if the claims were not valid and the defendant
Thanks, Gavin. Parker,
refused
I'm
to
surprised
settle.
you actually let me cook you like that, man. I
Joshua, listen.
don't know what
This
to
is
do now.
listen. This is from a civil rights paralegal. Take a listen. Voluntary dismissal clearly indicates settlement. If the claims were not valid and the defendant
Find the
refused
settlement.
to settle, the attorneys would continue to point of trial, and you'd have orders from the court dismissing the case. I see these filings every month. Well, thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Fossey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'll definitely make sure to use that for sure. That must have been an accident. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. As well as Fatima, thank you so much for the $1. Brandon, thank you so much for the $1 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chloe, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Michael as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Get some W's from Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. They sent me a what's it called, the thing saying Post and Courier, Epstein estate, Hilton head teen, and I also have another one that says Epstein victims compensation program created by his estate paid out roughly 121 million to about 135 to 150 claimants by August 2021. If you'd
Sorry,
like
go
me
ahead
to
and say that
specifically
again.
mention
What was that?
Yeah, the Epstein victims compensation program created by his estate paid out roughly 121 million to about 135 claimants by August 2021.
Was that so fucking hard?
Oh, well, I already provided you one before, but you wanted extra.
But you didn't. I couldn't find it, and I told you that I couldn't find it.
Oh, I'm sorry that I hurt your
121
feelings.
million.
You actually could
Epstein
find it. You just
August
got mad.
2021 settlement. 135. The program was designated.
Wait, like earlier, can you admit that you were specifically... Wait, hold up, Josh. Josh, can you admit...
Here, let me mute myself.
Josh, can you admit earlier that you were literally saying that because it says dismissed, that it was saying that there was no settlement? And can you say that that was wrong?
I was saying that it was dismissed in December. You're saying the settlement happened in August.
No, I'm saying by August, genius. So
Okay,
it was
for
just
sure.
telling
So
you...
that still doesn't work like that.
By the way, the settlement just said 2021, not even necessarily December. But I'm referencing specifically the fact that by this
Prove that
time, there
she's
was
in the
this amount.
settlement, Parker. Prove that she's in the settlement.
So you understand that we're referencing Jane Doe, and we're referencing the fact that there was a settlement. I referenced Roger Sullenberger, right, as evidence that specifically verifies and points to the fact that she specifically had a settlement. There was, you can look specifically at the Epstein Victims Compensation Program. Okay.
Can you prove that this person who made these accusations,
I
that
think it's
stopped talking
lining
to
up
the FBI,
the settlement specifically with
Can you
the
prove it?
allegation. That's what Roger
Parker,
Sullenberger did. is
can
he
you
li-
prove it?
Yes, that's what Roger Sullenberger did. Is he lines up specifically the victim compensation specifically with the particular accusation that's being referenced, right?
Okay, and he says
then
Jane Doe
literally-
number 4 received a settlement, correct?
I think you are one of the most insufferable people ever because you can't
I think
acknowledge
you call me
that you were
insufferable
wrong.
because I'm
I
challenging
think you can't acknowledge.
You
no,
literally utilize this.
You're literally
as
not challenging me. I literally
Trump
have
is a
proved you wrong.
pedophile.
Josh, I have proved you wrong,
You're
and you
not
still
proving shit.
just say bullshit.
Now you're just muting me.
Yeah,
It's
'cause I'm finishing my
absolutely
statement.
insane, Parker. We just went through NPR and
Josh, do you wanna
everything,
cry about
all
it?
of this, and you constantly. I'm not crying, bud.
You are crying
You
about it. I can
constantly
hear you crying
utilize
right now.
Jane Doe number 4 as
When?
proof that Donald Trump is a pedophile, but you can't even actually prove any of this. And NPR, your own source,
I referenced
stated
it for you. NPR did not
that
prove
she
it wrong.
stopped
Don't even
talking to
lie again.
investigators,
Don't even
stated
lie
that She
again.
recanted her stuff. No,
Not
it's-
true.
I
You
don't-
dishonest fuck.
it's not-
Okay, by the way, we just had a paralegal tell you
Everybody
that
could
language.
literally go back
We just had a
and
paralegal
watch
tell
it.
you that language was specifically settlement. Okay. So, by the way, you're lying right now. They specifically, the dismissal was specifically the settlement.
proof.
The voluntarily dismissal is the settlement. That's literally the language they use in the scenario. Otherwise, they would have specifically determined in the court process that they specifically saw that the allegations were unfounded. Okay, Josh, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're defending shit you don't even understand, right? And you're literally getting dog walked. How does it feel? Watch, he's gonna thank some people for the fucking Blossom Bunny.
Okay, anyway.
And for the roses.
Again,
I actually
your
thank Calypso.
Substack
Thank you so much for the
article
Blossom
isn't
Bunny. I
sourced.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Buddy.
What's up?
Buddy boy. So Jeffrey Epstein's estate operated a victims compensation program that before 2025 paid just over 121 million to roughly 135 to 136 I don't know how to pronounce that word, through a confidential process, but the program did not disclose individual names or award amounts for privacy reasons. How can you prove that Jane Doe number 4 recanted her statements due to a settlement?
Do you want me to give you even more articles justifying this? Jesus Christ, dude. This guy is unbelievable.
I would like you to give me one besides a Substack article. That's
Yeah,
what
Greenville
been going
Online.
off of this whole entire time.
Greenville Online also says that she settled with the Epstein estate and voluntarily dismissed. Findlaw.com, right? There's also...
How am I going to be able to look her up? Do they say that it's Jane Doe number 4?
Yeah, so, I mean, I just told you in the context of the Greenville Online one, it references Jane Doe 4.
Greenville Online, a newspaper. Okay, for sure. From where? What is?
So, by the way, so what do you want me to give you?
What is this source?
What do you want me to give you?
It's a paywall. It's a paywall. I can't even read that. You're
What
just
do you
reading,
want? What do you
bro,
want me to give you?
Are you reading fucking headlines?
At this point, I'm asking you the question. At this point,
I want you to give me proof, Parker, that Jane Doe number 4, the one that stopped talking to FBI, the one that literally only stated one time that Trump said this, did this. I want you to give me
There were 3 different
proof
interviews,
that
by the way.
she
You're just
stopped
lying.
saying it.
3
Yeah,
different
but
interviews
okay,
with
and then
allegations
Epstein
targeted
estate-
towards Trump. You're just wrong.
Why would she recant her allegations towards Trump?
That's not recanting. That's called a voluntary dismissal, which is a fucking settlement, you dumbass.
Trump didn't settle with this woman. The Epstein estate, you're saying,
I'm talking
settled
about the
with her.
Epstein estate, yes.
And she never mentioned Trump in that settlement.
I understand. We're saying
So
we're
then
bringing up
how
the
is
fact
that
that there's a
supposed to
settlement.
correlate
Listen,
with it,
there we
each
go.
other,
There we go.
Parker?
Now we're getting to a different
That's
argument.
bullshit.
So this establishes the fact that there's the fact that there's a settlement establishes that there's a credible victim that made an accusation. If they made an accusation that's credible targeted towards Epstein, and then also said that Epstein trafficked them to Donald Trump, that would be a credible accusation. Look, cooked. Nothing. In response, absolutely nothing. You got dog walked, buddy.
I
How does it
cannot
feel?
find how you can literally put
Are you just gonna
this
keep
woman.
repeating the same bullshit? Keep
Yes,
keep
100%,
repeating the
because you
same
see, you
bullshit.
can't even
Chandler, thank you for the
fucking refute it,
$15.
bro.
Happy
You haven't
birthday,
con- you
Chandler.
haven't
Happy
refuted
birthday.
it.
Can we get some W's right now in the comment section for Chandler? Happy birthday to Chandler. You got dog walked. How does it feel, bud? How does it feel every single time you
That's-
come up on the live stream, whether
Bro,
it's
that's not
me
even
or
a dog
Dean,
walk.
you
I
just get
proved you
literally
wrong
destroyed.
on your
How does
own
it feel?
source.
You didn't get proved
You have
wrong.
yet to
You were trying to
actually
say a
prove that
voluntary
you're
dismissal, right, is her going back on her claims and not getting any settlement. You lied. You
I
literally
never said
lied.
that. That's what you are saying. You're saying
No, that's what
that
you
she
said. That's not what I said.
voluntarily dismissed it because of a settlement. I have zero proof of that.
Wait, no, you're the one claiming that the voluntarily dismissal was proof that there was no settlement. You're not listening. Ruby, think of the $4 as well for cooked him like a Krabby Patty. I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ruben. Can you thank Ruben for the $4 saying that you got cooked like a Krabby Patty?
Obviously not, Parker.
Spoof, thank you so
find
much
it
for
very
$3 as
interesting
well.
that
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
still
Thank
are
you.
Still unable to actually give me
I
proof
did provide you.
that
You
Jane
just
Doe
didn't
number
care.
4
You just
received
didn't
a
care.
settlement in an August
you just
2021
didn't care.
case. Are you good? Do you
Yeah,
want me to
I'm
leave?
totally fine.
Okay. So anyway, my whole entire thing about this is, again, you have zero proof. Again,
It is proof.
Jane Doe number 4 didn't say that Donald Trump did this in all 4 interviews. The FBI has tried
explain
to
this.
contact
Explain this
her,
one more
and then
time,
she
Josh.
refused
Josh, I want you to
talk
explain this one more time. Hey, Josh,
to the
explain this.
FBI.
Josh,
During
explain
her settlement
Okay, go
with the Epstein estate, she didn't say anything about Donald Trump.
Settlement.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So you admit that there's a settlement.
When she was trying to get a settlement, sure. Okay. So didn't mention anything about Donald Trump. Why do you use this as proof that Donald Trump is a pedophile? When you know you can't refute that as any actual fact, it's one allegation that's already been looked at by the DOJ and the FBI several times. Why do you keep using it? Why do you lie to your viewers saying that this woman was credibly accused when there is no credibility for that accusation, and the only credibility that they ever said was her against Epstein? She's not a credible accuser by the FBI to Donald Trump. That is an outright lie that you constantly go on your panel and spew every single day. So
let me
why?
explain to you one more time because you have a trouble with listening. Okay, so what I was saying was that the accusations against Epstein were determined to be credible. One of those accusations, by the way, against Epstein would include literally the fact that she was trafficked to Donald Trump. So if you accept
It
things
does
to be
not.
true, listen.
But it doesn't. That's where you're lying, and you know you're lying.
So let me please
There's
finish
no evidence
so that
of
you
that.
fully understand what I'm saying. I think you're
And then I bring you
misinterpreting.
back into the 1983 accusation, okay, where you can't.
Shut the fuck up.
Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
Stop talking. Cut me off one more
knew each
time.
other.
Do you want to be kicked? Do you want to be kicked?
No, I
Let me
don't give it.
finish. I am fully trying to explain
You're
it to you.
wrong. I proved my point.
I'm fully trying to explain it to
I'm
you right
done,
now.
bro. Crash
You're
out.
gonna run away because you don't want to actually
No,
engage
I'll
with the
stay
point
here
that I'm
till you
making.
fucking drop me. As long as you can admit that you've been lying
Then
about
can
this
you
whole
stop
entire
talking
thing
and
to
please
point,
let me finish?
To point the finger towards Donald
I
Trump
am
being a
trying to
pedophile
explain it to
because
you,
want
and
our
you literally
president to
will
have
not
failed
let me
kids.
explain it to you. You
You've
literally will
already
not let
explained it.
me
We've
explain it
already
to
gone
you
back and forth.
because
I've
you
been up
keep
here for
cutting
how
me off.
long?
Keep cutting me off. It's proof that I'm proving you wrong. Stop talking.
Bro, if that's
Stop
proof that
talking. Stop
you're proving me
talking.
wrong,
Stop
then
talking. Stop
I've proven
talking.
you wrong several
Stop.
times.
Please, could I just make the point? We'd be through the point by now if you just shut the fuck up,
We
dude.
already
Genuinely.
got to your point.
We'd be
You're
through the
wrong.
point if you
You
shut the
can't fucking
fuck up.
prove it.
Josh, shut up. Shut up.
Prove it, bud.
Stop talking.
You're wrong.
I will get, dude.
Admit that you lied.
Okay, let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done
Admit
talking.
that you lied. Do it. Just admit that you lied.
I'm not lying.
Done. I won't even come back on your fucking panel ever.
I'm not
ever
lying.
Again.
Not
you
lying.
and Dean don't have to deal with me ever again. If you
I
can
am not
admit
lying.
Right now
Can you
that
be
you
quiet
lied.
and let me speak, please? Stop talking. Okay? I'll explain to you why I believe the allegation. Okay? So
Thank you for saying allegation. Go on.
yes, allegations targeted towards Epstein were believed to be credible. If we believe that the allegations from this individual about Epstein were credible, and in general they were determined to be credible by the federal government, okay? We could then extend that to allegations about Epstein that they made, that Epstein trafficked them to Donald Trump. If we believe the other allegations against Epstein, we think that those are credible. This would be one of them. We should also think that's credible. That would indicate that Donald Trump is guilty as well. So why I say a credible accuser also accused Donald Trump of sexual assault, who was a minor, was that they were a credible accuser against Epstein. And one of those allegations against Epstein would include, right, trafficking them to Trump. Okay?
Have
That
you
is
ever
specifically
seen the
why.
Charlie Day picture where he's got all these like wires going everywhere to a bunch of different things and he looks all like psychotic and is like a conspiracy theorist? That's
No, I
what your
haven't.
explanation just was.
You're not going to
You're
engage
like,
with any of the
because
points.
she was a credible accuser of Epstein, then this one interview that she had against Donald Trump, even though she never repeated it, even though she never went after Donald Trump, and even though her attorneys didn't ever say anything again with the FBI, somehow, because she was a credible accuser with Epstein, that implicates Donald Trump into actual wrongdoing. That's your position, correct?
No, I think you're strawmanning my position again because, again, you have comprehension issues. So
No,
I'll go
because
through
you
it one more
literally
time
just
for
went
you.
into this whole entire tree of nothing burger
Josh,
to
I'm
just
sorry
try
that you
to
have
justify the
you have
fact
an
that you're
inability
saying
to
that
comprehend
Donald
basic
Trump
sentences.
is somehow complicit with this woman.
You have an inability.
You don't have any proof of it. And
You
again,
have-
I will state the 1983.
You have
1983 to 1987. That's you cannot prove to me that Epstein and Trump even knew each other in 1983.
Okay.
Why didn't she go against Trump?
You're pivoting away.
It's not a pivot. This is
pivoting away
exactly
from
what
the
we've been
point that I
talking about
just
for the last
made.
half hour.
Pivoting away from the point that I just made, because the fact that you know it proves you wrong. Because clearly, if you believe and think that the accusations against Epstein are credible, and this is one of the accusations against Epstein that you would then think is credible, then it would then mean that you believe it because you think it's a credible accusation, correct?
Bro, what? No, it's not a credible accusation
Okay, so
against
you
Trump,
don't think,
and that's been
so let me
basically
clarify.
proven.
Let me clarify. Do you think her allegations targeted towards Epstein were credible allegations?
I actually have never heard of her allegations credited towards Epstein, and I don't think you have either.
Well, this is one of them that we're talking about. If you would like specifically to mention this one, that is why I'm bringing this up, push the money gun, because they were determined by the federal government to be credible, specifically when referencing the allegations about Epstein. If we are going to take them as serious and say that they are credible allegations, then I think that
Against
would
Epstein,
also
not Trump.
Yes.
Can you admit that the FBI never said that she was
Hey, sir.
credibly accusing Donald Trump?
Hey, sir.
Can you admit that, please? For your viewers, can you admit that the FBI never stated that this woman was a credible accuser against Donald Trump?
So the credible accusations were targeted towards
No,
Epstein?
I want a yes or a no, Parker.
Joshua, I'm explaining to you right now.
Can you admit?
The credible allegations. If you cut me off, by the way, Joshua, you cut me off one more time, I will kick you from the
I don't give
live
a
stream.
shit, dude. Have a good.
I'm giving you one more time. You cut me off one more time, I will.
Can't even admit it.
Okay, get the fuck off my live stream. You're a waste of time. You are not welcome here anymore. If you try to come up on my stream again, I will ensure that you're fucking blocked. You're a waste of time. You genuinely cannot have a productive conversation. I tried to level with you to have a productive conversation or to even engage with the points that you were making, and you showed that you are utterly fucking incapable of engaging in that conversation. You are literally a man-child and can't engage in basic conversation. Go fuck yourself. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's go into the next individual here quick. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. How's it going? I'm 25.
And do you support Trump?
I do, sir. Yes,
Is there a
sir.
way you can turn off that background noise?
Yeah, I can turn on the TV real quick.
Yeah, I just need to mute you real quick because it might be a monetization issue. Alrighty, give them a second to do that real quick. And then whenever you are, just unmute real quick.
Yeah, I'm good.
So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I've been through this with you a lot of times, Parker.
Have I talked to you before?
Yeah, 100%. Stop,
How long ago?
boy. Quit it.
How long ago?
I'm sorry. I don't know. It's been like 2 weeks ago, I'd say. Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that's too recently. I'm going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're not a coward, send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why'd you crash out at Josh like that, bro? You little snowflake.
What state do you live in?
Oh, you're never coming back on my stream. Oh, you're so annoying. You're a man-child. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
What state do you live in?
Crash out. I'm in North Dakota.
What time is it?
It's 22 past 12.
Okay. Can you name 2 states that border North Dakota?
Yeah, sure. Minnesota and Montana.
Okay.
And South Dakota, too.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, for sure.
Okay. So clearly it sounds like you're crashing out on the live stream and you're angry with how I treated the last guest. Tells me likely how this conversation... Oh, they just got banned for harassment and bullying. It must have been from a different stream. That they just got a flag for harassment and bullying. That was pretty quick. If you have a second account, you can send a guest request, man. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to do this. How do I?
Yeah, that was world record for literally getting banned on the stream. Paige, thank you the $5. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump, brother.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just think he's more reasonable in all his actions. I don't know, he just gets the job done no matter what it is.
No matter what it is. Okay.
No matter what it is, yes.
Okay. Well, take a listen to this real quick. Do you think he got the job done?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war.
Not only just that, but I would also love for you to take a listen to this clip real quick.
We'll have no more wars. I'm going to keep you out of wars. I kept you out of wars. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. We don't need the wars. I will end the chaos in the Middle East. I will prevent World War III. We will expel the warmongers from our government. I will restore peace. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. We're ending wars all over this planet. Under Trump, we will have...
So given that he specifically said these things himself, clearly he said no new wars. I'm not going to get us into any wars, and then has got us into a war.
I mean, you do have to agree that all these politicians say whatever they want in their campaigns and then just go completely opposite. You don't think...
Oh, no, I don't think that... I don't think that Biden did that.
I think he would do the same thing.
Okay,
But, I mean,
so explain to me, can you give me one example?
one example of what?
Something he completely went back on that he said he was going to do. I can give you one example of Biden doing this. I doubt you could.
Immigration.
What did he say about immigration?
He was going to make the biggest immigration sweeps that there are in this country, and
I don't think Biden ran on that.
Well, no, what Trump
I'm
did.
asking something Biden ran on. What is something Biden ran on that he didn't follow through with?
I mean, a lot
And
of
he did the
things. I
complete
guess
opposite.
He didn't run on anything. He was just
Okay.
put there.
So you don't know. He did run on things. He ran on expanding extra health care. He ran on expanding the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage. He ran on expanding climate change investments, which they did specifically. He ran on expanding infrastructure. He ran on decreasing the cost of pharmaceutical goods, right, which they did. So there are plenty of things that they ran on that they did.
Okay.
But
That's it.
one thing that he did run on that he didn't do, and he did the complete opposite, was say he was going to run just for one term, and he wasn't going to run for a second term. So that's an example that you could provide for Biden, right? But that's not as meaningful as referencing literally Donald Trump saying no new wars and then literally engaging in war.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to not negotiate. Like, he's a good
It
negotiator.
does. He claimed that the reason why they would start a war with Iran is because he doesn't know how to negotiate. This is him in 2011.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
That's not nice.
Well, that's what Trump said.
Well, your party likes to twist everything. Like,
I'm not twisting
you know.
anything. That's exactly what he said. I just played it.
Why do you do this?
To
Why
own
are
Trump
you on
supporters, to make the world a better place, to get people to critically think more?
Yeah, we do. We are the party of common sense.
Really? You think you're the party of
100%.
common sense? Are you trolling?
Yes, Parker, we are.
Okay. Can you name 3 things that are common sense that Donald Trump has ever said?
I mean, a lot of things. Abortion should be legal.
That's not common sense, but I'll give it to you because you agree with it.
Okay. What else? Okay, yeah, he does say a lot of crazy things, but that doesn't mean that everything he says
So
is
you can't
BS.
mention 3 things that are common sense?
Okay, and
Well, I'll mention more than 3 things that are not common sense. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote, Or he said that Donald Trump would have won the vote in California if Jesus were the
I
vote
mean,
counter.
that's just comedy.
He said that we
dude.
should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should use nukes to fight hurricanes. He said that the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet, and that climate change is a hoax. When 99% of climate scientists disagree with him and say the climate is increasing in global temperatures because of humans.
Dude, you're good.
He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes.
I mean,
do you think that's the
yeah.
party of common sense? That does not sound very common sense to me.
Okay, well, what he does personally doesn't mean that we all.
No, these are things that he said in public on national television.
Oh, but you know that he's been an entertainer since day one. You don't think that you think.
Are you trolling right now? Because you're not supposed to be doing that from the position of the presidency. And by the way, being an entertainer does not being the stupidest president we've ever had. That's not called entertainment. That's called a threat to our country.
See,
telling the population to look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19 is just plain stupid.
Okay, I can agree with you. Yeah, that is stupid, this thing. But I still support him.
Okay, so how is that common sense?
It's all right, you got me. But I still support him, you know.
So you admit that you support him even though it's not common sense to do so?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe
so you admit that you don't have common sense?
No, I have common sense. But do you?
So if you have common sense, you wouldn't support Trump?
No, man, that's not right.
It is correct. You want me to tell you why?
There's a lot of people that might.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that might.
Do you think a person with common sense would support a candidate that called for the execution of their political opponents for unreasonable means?
Who did he call the execution for?
No. If a candidate for president called for the execution of their political opponents, right, based upon illegitimate purposes or reasons, would you say that no person with common sense would support them?
You know, people with common sense would still support that. I would support it.
Really?
I mean,
so people with common sense would support individuals that unreasonably call for the execution of their political opponents?
Yeah, man. I mean, sometimes
that's
I feel
incoherent.
Like
that's literally incoherent.
Sometimes
common nonsense. It's not common sense. It's common nonsense.
Parker, but don't you agree though? Sometimes I feel that America does need to live in under some sort of dictatorship because everyone is just micromanaged. It's not trolling. I'm serious. Like I feel like
I have a question. Would you want a liberal dictator?
Yeah.
You'd be okay with Joe Biden being the dictator?
Yeah, that's fine.
Rash, thank you so much for the $20. No Trump supporter would say that. MAGA is flooded with intellectually insecure clowns who have never read a nonfiction book cover to cover in their adult lives. And they think YouTube makes up for that, literally Cliff notesing their way through life. Sad. I know, right? It's really brutal. If you're on YouTube, by the way, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. Let's go into the next person. Mary, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I just joined to hope Marge had an awesome birthday. She did. It was really fantastic. Jane, thank you for the $7. Paige, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's very true. Thank you so much. As well as Benjamin, thank you for the $10. He said Innsmouth County witnesses are unreliable. Victims are opportunists and suspects are misunderstood. Exactly. That's what Trump supporters put us in. Literally. That's how they look at the world. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Yo, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Up until 1 month ago.
Okay, so you don't anymore. Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. We got about an hour and 3 minutes or so, hour and 2 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Just letting y'all know. Just letting everyone know. Also, I'll be live at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. 9 a.m. Pacific time is when I should be live tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is this a Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Oh, appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow is the live stream. On Tuesday, it should be later in the day. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Mercedes, thank you for the money gun. Do you support Trump? Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Every single day.
What'd you say?
Every single week. Every single day, Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Maybe we just bomb the hell out of Iran.
What'd you say?
We need to bomb the hell out of Iran.
You want to bomb Iran? Why?
You want Sharia law in your country? Is that what Joe Biden or he's working with?
So then
Joe
why don't
Biden?
you want to bomb
They're
Saudi
working
Arabia?
with Joe Biden.
So why don't you want to bomb Saudi Arabia?
I'll bomb them too. I don't give a shit.
Okay. So you want to bomb a U.S. considered ally under the Trump administration that Trump likes?
Blot them up. Blot them up.
Okay. So by the way, let me clarify. Any country that's Muslim, do you want to bomb them?
I don't give a shit. I don't care if it's Canada. You can bomb the hell out of Canada if they want
You want to
to.
bomb Canada? You're trolling.
Bomb Canada, then we take it for our own. They won't give it to us for free.
You want to bomb Canada?
Bomb their prime minister, old Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau, you bomb the hell out of him.
Justin Trudeau is not their prime minister.
Bomb him anyways. I don't give a damn.
Why?
And he's kicking our illegal aliens. What do you think he's doing with them? Where are they going?
Okay, I'm just not going to take that person seriously. They're advocating to bomb Canada? Either they're not sober or they're trolling. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
I voted for him. I'm conservative. It's kind of an iffy thing to say. Like I'm a Trumpy. I wouldn't say I'm a Trumpy. Like I'm not a. But
So,
I'm a
Gabriel, let me ask:
conservative.
if the election world today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
See, you know what? I've had friends ask me that, and I can't even answer you that, to be honest, because I don't know. I'd like to say I wouldn't vote, but at the same time, I don't want to be that guy that says I'm not going to vote. You know?
So who
it's
would
like
you vote for?
I don't think I'd vote. Well, I don't think I would vote. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. Alrighty. So keep
I'd vote
watching the
for
live
Marco
streams.
Rubio.
Hopefully I can change your mind. But let's make sure to go into the next individual real quick. Tasty, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I do think that there's a point to do so, but also like there would be too many people coming up trying to do that then. Mr. Burnside, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much, as well as Rash. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. So on the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo,
What's
how
up,
old are
bro?
you?
I just want to say the guy who wanted to bomb Canada was Brock on a burner.
You know what? I can kind of see that now. That's why their voice was so like off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why do they think that
I think that they're not a Trump supporter. So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote Trump.
And what's your birth year?
And what's my what?
Birth year?
Yeah, my birth year would be 2007.
What month?
Wait, what'd you say?
What month?
August.
I'm sorry, I just don't believe them. I apologize if I'm wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Connor, think of the dollar. Thank you. You're good. Don't worry. Well, thank you very much. True. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32 years old. 32.
And do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I support Kamala.
Based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, I think so. I think I would over Kamala.
Okay. Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, yeah, probably still Trump, I'd say.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I guess mostly just because of what he's doing in Iran to, like, you know, help
Wait, how old are you
liberate the
again?
people. I'm 19.
And what's your birth year?
It's 06
What month?
September.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, go ahead. What was the thing you were saying?
Just think, you know, he's, you know, liberating Iran and, you know, getting rid of a threat against Israel.
Okay. So, I don't think he's eliminating Iran. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think that he's putting us at war with Iran, which is putting U.S. service members at risk of death, which multiple service members have died, alongside the fact that literally many Iranian civilians, even children, have been murdered.
Oh, shit, for real? That's fucked. What about, like, trans people in the bathroom, bro?
Okay, I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously, Trump. Always.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I've always supported him, but especially now after Iran.
Okay, what about it?
Bombing the hell out of him.
Why do you want to bomb Iran?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they kill 40,000 of their own people protesting?
Okay, so every country that's killed their citizens when protesting, you think we should invade?
40,000 within 2 months. Come on, 40,000.
Okay, so do you think that we should do that specifically if Saudi Arabia did that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So if any other country specifically has done that, right, and they have killed protesters, or they've killed people specifically, you think that we shouldn't support them?
Yeah.
So then we shouldn't support Israel.
No, we should support Israel.
But they've been murdering Palestinians.
For what?
No justification. Literally murdering Palestinians. They've been intentionally starving the civilian population
like
in
Iran,
Gaza.
like they're doing the same thing as Iran, just killing protesters?
For example, the innocent civilians within Gaza, they were purposefully not allowing in enough food to feed the population.
How come you don't like Trump? Like, why don't you support him?
Because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, because he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files for sexual assault, because he bragged about grabbing women by the vagina.
Is that a
with
fact or is it allegedly? Like, is it proven or is it just alleged? Which one is it? Like, did he get found guilty for that or what?
It was under my standard of proof, so he was not found guilty in a criminal court, but that doesn't mean that he isn't someone who's committed this action. Secondly, we can acknowledge that there have been plenty of people that haven't been criminally convicted, but have been determined in the Epstein files to have assaulted people. So that's not arguments at all to indicate that you shouldn't believe that the person was assaulted.
No, I'm not saying that, but people, they
there were
lie.
also,
But
let me just clarify,
not
there were
proof.
26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. He's bragged
Well,
about grabbing
yeah,
women
'cause
by the
he's
vagina
rich and
without...
they want money.
Okay, so then why didn't they go after him with lawsuits in all these circumstances?
Money?
They didn't get any money if they don't go through a lawsuit. That makes no sense.
Well, they're trying to.
They didn't try to.
No, they didn't. You sure?
There were plenty of victims that didn't try to go through a lawsuit.
Okay, well, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that it's alleged. It's not proven. You don't know.
But when you have
Technically, you don't know.
26 plus people that have accused you of a certain type of thing, it's very
Well,
likely.
yeah, he's a celebrity, of
Listen,
course.
Listen, if 26 plus people have accused someone of sexual misconduct, that's a very good reason to believe that they did this. Do you believe Jesus rose from the dead?
I sure do.
How many people do you have evidence actually firsthand account witnessed it?
I wasn't around that time, so I don't know.
Less than the amount of people that have been assaulted by Trump and have come out.
Well,
so there are less disciples. There are less disciples.
And then alleged people, like these are just people that are saying this stuff about a celebrity is completely different.
So again, there are more people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct than there are people that witnessed your Lord and Savior rising from the dead. Okay? There's a claim of 500 people, but there's no individual people. We're talking about individual people that have been identified. Okay? More people in the scenario specifically that have accused your God or accused your guy that you follow of sexual misconduct than literally say that your God rose from the dead. And yet you believe your God rose from the dead.
Dude, you're not making no sense. Why are you talking about God? I'm talking about people that are allegedly blaming Trump for some shit. What does God have to do with any of all this?
Because you don't rely on evidence to believe in claims specifically about your religious faith, but you do rely upon evidence and an unnecessary standard of evidence in order to justify that someone was sexually assaulted.
Dude, listen, like, the point I'm trying to get to, there's no proof. And God's out of this, whatever.
There is proof. He was held liable in a civil court for sexual abuse.
Because obviously God's real, obviously, because we didn't just come out of nowhere, obviously. But
well, I don't believe in God.
Well, I feel bad for you and whatever. That's you. But I believe in God because no way we just randomly just came out of nowhere. We don't just pop
I don't
up.
know what the explanation is, but that doesn't mean that there's a God.
But anyways, about Trump, it's just allegedly. There's no proof about that. You can't just, oh yeah, he raped this or he did. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but raped him. You can't just say there's no proof of anything. It's just alleged. That's it.
So again, you just say that it's alleged, right? I gave you the fact that there's a civil court with a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury that unanimously determined that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, and yet you still don't think that's enough.
No, I don't believe that at all.
Even though there was a civil court that unanimously determined it. So, by the way, even when there is a court that determines it, you still don't accept
so you're talking about that one.
You're a cult member. You're a cult member.
He didn't get convicted. He got held liable. About
he was held liable. Wait, do you accept the determinations? Wait, listen. Do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
Do I what?
Do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
No, hell no.
No, you don't.
So the 40%. That's just alleged. It's just they're accusing.
So watch.
Dude, I can sue you.
Watch this. Watch this. So the 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country that are not violating criminal law and are only violating civil law because they overstayed their visa, you don't accept any of the civil cases against them, right?
Right. Go ahead.
You don't? So you think that they should be able to stay in the country because you don't accept the civil cases against them?
Repeat that. I misheard you.
Yeah, 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country are violating civil law, not criminal law, because they overstayed their visa. Based upon your argument, you don't accept any of the civil cases against them that determine that they're in the country undocumented. Therefore, under your view, they should be allowed to stay in the country.
No. Honestly, on that part about the people getting deported and all that, this is my take. Yes, get all the criminals out of here. That's what I agree with. But as far as the one that's working,
except for the president,
taxes,
right?
Listen, the ones that paying taxes and all that stuff, they should stay. But the ones that are raping people, killing, they get them all out of here. You understand? That's the only thing I understand with because my girlfriend, well, basically wife now, she's Mexican and she's an illegal. But I support that part.
Wait, did you say that your girlfriend is illegally in the country and you support her?
Yeah, she's illegal and her parents and all them are.
Do you want your wife to be deported?
No, you don't understand what I just said.
Wait. Why would you go on a live stream in front of fucking 9,000 people and say that your wife is in the country undocumented if you don't want her to be deported? One, that's incredibly fucking stupid. And two, why do you support the administration that wants to deport her?
Okay, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, I get that part.
I don't. I really don't. You just advocated
Well,
for
listen.
you advocating for the administration that wants to deport your wife.
Well, listen. Pay
Yeah.
attention. I know it's hard for you, but pay attention.
Hard for
I
me.
support
You're advocating for
deporting-
the administration that wants to deport your wife. What are you talking about?
Listen, I support deporting, but only the criminals, the one that are killing people, raping people, all this other stuff.
Wait.
But not the ones that work.
Then you
pay
disagree with
taxes
Trump.
and all
Hey, dude, you agree with me. You're actually to the left of the Democratic Party.
that. No,
You
I'm
just said it.
not.
You only want to go after the people that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Otherwise, if you're saying any criminals, then your wife, by the way, has violated the law. I just want to clarify. So she technically would be defined as a criminal.
Well, she has a work permit, so technically not.
So she's not in the country undocumented, you fucking dumbass. Oh my god, dude, this guy is so stupid.
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
don't call me a dumbass, man.
Yeah,
Trust
you
me, I'm
honestly, you
smarter than
deserve to be
are.
called a dumbass if you didn't know that your wife was here illegally in the country because she
is
has a
illegally.
visa.
She just got her fucking work permit like literally 2 weeks ago, dude.
So she was illegally in the country.
Yes, our whole family. Yes.
And you didn't want her to be deported.
No, I wouldn't let it happen.
Yet you support the administration that did want to deport her.
The criminals, yes. That's what you're not understanding. I support.
Donald Trump wants to deport everyone in the country undocumented, not just the
Okay,
people who
well-
have done the bad crimes. So unironically, you voted for an administration that did want to deport your wife.
Well, actually, no, because Trump's just awesome, dude.
You think Trump is awesome because he wanted to deport your wife?
He didn't want to deport her.
Yes, he did.
If he did, she'd be gone.
What? You said if he did, he should be
she
gone.
would be gone.
No. You understand that, like, if she was actually in the country undocumented.
Hey, by the
Donald
way,
Trump
by
did
the-
advocate
by the
for
way,
her to be
Parker,
deported.
Parker, by the way, I'm from Mississippi, but I'm out here for work with her, whatever. I'm out here working. I'm only like 20 minutes from you. Because you live in Los Angeles.
So you're in LA, you mean?
No, not in LA, but I'm close.
So I just want to let you know, LA is a lot more than 20 minutes, okay? It takes over 2 hours to go across all of LA County.
I know, dude, I know
especially
all
with
about
traffic.
it. You know where Simi Valley is?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
So it's Simi Valley, Camarillo, Oxnard.
By the way, you should not be doxing yourself right now. Right on
What
the
do you
stream.
mean? I'm just saying.
After you just said that your wife was in the country undocumented prior. Wait, you said that your wife, who was undocumented, was given a pathway to citizenship under the Trump administration. Or you're saying that she lied about her status in the country in order to be able to
there's no
continue
lie.
to
No,
stay.
she did. She always had her driver's license and all that, but she just got her work permit 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like that.
But you said she was illegally in the country prior.
She was. Yes, she was. Well, her parents definitely are, and her family are 100%. But she's the only one with a work permit now.
Do you want her
Does that
family
make
to be
sense to you?
deported?
No, of course not. And it wouldn't happen.
I just want to let you know, you just went on a live stream in front of 9,000 people.
What does that have to do? That doesn't matter. Nobody knows where I'm at.
You just literally said where you live.
I didn't tell you where I
Your name
live.
is on your account.
No, I work that way, but you
Your
don't know
face
where I
is
live.
in your profile picture. You
That's
said
okay.
it on live stream.
That's okay. I'm not worried about that. Don't do that.
If her family was deported, wait, I have a question. If her family was deported, would you stop supporting Trump?
No, but I'll help them get back.
So you'd still support the person that deported them if they were deported?
Okay, actually, you're making. Did you support Obama?
Over Republicans, yeah.
Okay, but he deported a lot of people. But guess
Yeah,
what? But it went on the
followed
news
the law
'cause he's
to a greater
Democrat.
extent and proportionally deported less than Trump on a yearly basis.
Doesn't matter. He still did do all.
It does
every
matter.
President
That's
deports
very
people.
important context.
Fucking Obama had people in cages and shit like that.
Yeah, people who committed horrible violent offenses in most circumstances.
But nobody wants to talk about that, huh? Look at all these guys.
We have talked about
this
it.
guy, all these people are talking crap and all that. But
We have
when
absolutely
it comes down
talked
to your
about that.
Democratic Party, they deport people. But Trump's deporting people
they
now.
did.
Everybody should hate him.
Yeah,
You know why everybody hates him? Because now it's on the news.
Because he's violating the law. Because he's deporting
In what
people
way? What way, shape, or
inhumanely.
form is no? How is he violating the law?
Yeah, they allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to literally detain people and deport them. They specific
What about Obama
insurgencies.
though?
They had to use.
Or Biden? Biden
they
actually
had to
deported
use.
people as well.
They had to use judicial warrants in order to search and seize. They also weren't racially profiling under the Biden administration or the Obama administration in terms of ICE. Under Trump's administration, they actively admit that they're doing that.
But when Trump do it, it's a big deal, right?
You understand that.
But when Biden did
the
it,
way
when
that they're
Obama
acting
did
is
it,
different.
when Hillary Clinton
Why
did
do
it,
Trump supporters bring this up as if it's like a mic drop, dude?
because
you
y'all
guys are
talking
just
about people
stupid.
getting deported. Let's talk about that. The only difference is Trump. Everybody, they lie about him. They make him like feel like the shittiest person in the world and all this. So they post all the deportations and all that. But they never posted about Obama. They never posted about Biden. They never
did.
posted about Clinton.
I
never.
talk about how I disagree with the Democrats' position on immigration because they want to deport those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
But either way, so you talking about deportation? Come on.
I literally talk about
Every
my
president does
disagreements with Democrats on immigration all the time.
I've never heard it.
I talk about it like every day.
Dude, you're literally talking to me like, oh, so why would you vote for somebody deported? But all your presidents did it.
You're literally saying that you support a person that would be more likely at deporting the person that you love the most. Like I genuinely couldn't fucking fathom.
I'd feel the same way if Obama was president. I'd have to worry about it too. Because he was deporting people.
You understand that it was at a significantly lesser degree, especially in the context of the expansions to DACA, especially because they were going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a disproportionately higher level, especially because they were using due process rights to a greater extent, especially because they weren't detaining people just for having an accent and like literally having brown skin. Like that's not what they were doing.
So you saying Trump's doing that?
Yes.
So you don't think Obama had people in cages?
Yeah, I like how you're like not addressing any of the points I specifically brought up. Yes, there were people in cages under Obama's administration.
No, you're talking about specifically about Trump. But if we're gonna talk about Trump, let's talk about your people as well, like the people that you support.
Yeah, I have.
But Obama had people in cages.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
How do you feel about it?
I already told you. I disagree with Democrats' policy. I just prefer their policy to Republicans' policy.
All right, so basically we can move on from the deportation then because every president does it, right?
No, because they're conducting themselves in different ways, which would be obviously very important for the average person to take into consideration.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to say?
Yeah. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. If there's 100% facts, not alleged.
Such as?
I need facts.
Facts
anything.
about what?
Anything. Like anything that you say, because I know you talk shit about him every day.
If there was 100% facts.
You, Harry, and Dean. I don't know what y'all got going. This little secret between y'all.
If there was 100% evidence that Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you stop supporting him?
Repeat that.
Yeah,
sorry, repeat it.
If there was 100% evidence that Donald Trump bragged about, if there's 100% evidence that Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you stop supporting him for president?
Oh, I gotta see it.
No, I'm asking if you saw 100% evidence of this being the case, would you stop
Well, it
supporting
depends because I know how Democrats are. They twist stuff. So if I can
it's not about twisting things.
No, it drives me. Democrats, I'm telling you, y'all twist things around. There's a lot of shit y'all twist around, and it's ridiculous. Like Trump can't make a joke or anything, or y'all find it racist, or y'all find it offended, whatever. Like nobody can joke with anybody with Democrats. You gotta have a.
So if I could provide you evidence that Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats, would you still continue to support him? Yes or no?
Depends. I gotta hear it first. Because
no, I'm just
you take it differently.
If he did this, would you
take it
fucking
differently
support
than
him?
somebody like me, because like I have a big humor, so like I need to like see it, like hear it, or at least. But I already know when I hear it, I already know it's not going to be serious. I already know. I'm like, dude, he's playing. You're like, no, he's not.
Okay, I had a few comments that made sense. I was just going to go to the next person. He's so annoying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election world today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month were you born?
May 26, 2006.
Alrighty, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I'd say because he's anti-LGBTQ and trans.
Okay, why do you think that's a good thing?
Because I think like just being trans like isn't real and that they shouldn't be allowed.
Are you trolling? Trans people clearly do exist.
I mean, like as people they exist, yeah, but like the concept isn't really real. Like a man
The concept
can't become
is
a woman.
real. You just
A
referred
man
to it.
can become a woman.
No one's saying a man can become a woman. We're saying trans women are women and trans men are men.
Is that true though?
Yes. Okay, so they just left. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
July 2006.
Okay, election round today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Some of his policies, but I just wanna ask you, what's your point of view on like what's going on with like the war and stuff?
Trump said he would start no new wars. He's clearly starting war. Trump said that Obama would be weak and ineffective if he started war with Iran, because specifically that would mean that he didn't have the ability to negotiate, which is clearly what Trump did, because he didn't have the ability to negotiate. Negotiation fell through, and then he decided to do this instead, right? When literally Obama was able to get an agreement with them to prevent them from having nuclear weapons by literally having surveillance over the nuclear enrichment facilities.
But do you think he's trying to start World War III?
I don't know if he's trying to start World War III, but I do think that he's trying to start a war with Iran to distract away from the Epstein files.
You think that's to drive away people from the Epstein files?
Yeah.
You actually think that?
Genuinely, yes.
Okay, but did you know they had like problems before, and a lot of countries hate like the Israeli people?
So people hating Israelis is not something that we have to deal with necessarily. We're not the world police. We don't have to be involved in all war and conflict. And also, like, wouldn't they hate them to a greater extent if they continually keep engaging in offensive conflicts?
Yes, but would you agree the guy that died, or what was his name? Would you agree he was a bad person?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, there's some good out of it, no?
Can you demonstrate the good, the benefit? Because Iranian civilians have been murdered.
No, not the
and
civilians.
Americans have died.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the civilians that died. Obviously, there's gonna be some impacts, but there's something that had to be done, no?
So I don't think that the U.S. should just engage in regime change every time it dislikes how a regime is operating. Because I heavily disagree with how they're operating. I think it's bad how they're operating, but I don't think the U.S. is involving itself in every single conflict around the world. And I don't think that there's a justification to do so. And I also don't think that there's good evidence that regime change will lead to beneficial outcomes, as regime change is the reason why we're here in the first place with Iran. As literally, there was a democratic election that literally instated someone in Iran, and because they wanted to nationalize the oil industry, the U.S. literally involved in itself into overthrowing their democratic election and installing a military dictator. which has caused radical Islam to be prevalent within Iran.
Okay, I get your point, but I mean, there had to be something done. The people were like, they hated their leader too, and like didn't they? I'm not sure,
So
but
why
didn't
aren't we
they
doing
like?
this with Saudi Arabia? Why aren't we doing this with Israel? Why aren't we doing this with countless other countries?
Well, we kind of can't
Yeah, we can.
explain.
We could totally bomb Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel.
Okay, well, what does that bring us?
What does that bring us?
Yeah.
It prevents our support for the state of Israel literally evaporating Palestinians with thermobaric bombs.
I guess.
And more peace in the Middle East, because clearly Israel is a reduction in the level of peace.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't really support Trump. I love you, Parker.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We got about 30 minutes or so left on the stream, everyone, just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? See the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean, you should... No, Parker, you should play role.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm way over 18.
And do you support Trump?
Indirectly. Yeah, I'm an anti-leftist.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump, 100%.
Pierce the galaxy. You're anti-leftist. Okay, so what is leftism?
Socialists.
Okay,
There's probably
is Kamala Harris a socialist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. To be quite honest with you,
define socialism?
hang on. Let me backtrack here to Kamala. I don't really think she actually has, like, in her actual mind, like a real concept of what economic policy she would actually want to push forward. So I don't know.
I very much disagree with you. She spoke about them in the debates. So you said that Kamala Harris is socialist. Can you define socialism for us, please?
No, I didn't say Kamala. I mean, are you able to keep up with the conversation? Because I said that
you're
she's
not
not
because you
actually able
did.
to. No, I said she's not able to keep up, and she's not actually have in her mind what an actual economic policy she would have. I said she has the absence.
So I asked you
of
a
an
question.
economic policy. That does not make her a socialist.
So listen.
Do you see how that?
You
do
said
see
that
how
you're
that works?
anti-leftist. I asked you what leftism is. You said it was socialism. I said, do you think Kamala Harris is socialist?
And I said
You said
I
yes.
retract that, and I said that I don't think she actually has in her mind an actual economic policy that could be labeled socialist. That's exactly what I said.
Okay, so you agree that she's not socialist, correct?
I agree that she's not even doesn't have the capacity to really push either a socialist or capitalist. I think she just says as her puppeteers.
Can you name one of her policies,
Hang on.
economic policy she ran on?
I think that she just says what her puppeteers were whispering in her ear in that 100 days before she actually walked out to the public and spoke, like after, the DNC got rid of Biden.
Can you name one economic policy that she ran on?
$25,000 to a $25,000 cash check for a down payment on a home.
That's wrong. It was a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. So that's one policy she advocated for. So you do know some of the economic policy that she ran on. So given that you do know some of the economic policy she ran on, she was advocating for liberal reforms within a capitalist system. Given that you do know that, she doesn't meet your criteria of what you can. Wait, listen. You said you were anti-leftist, right? That doesn't meet what leftism is. Therefore, when you first came on the live stream, when you said you were anti-leftist? Was it just completely irrelevant?
No, I think that the entire Democratic Party is absolutely bending the knee to what actual leftists, Marxist, socialists actually want. And New York,
How
the
am I
New York
bending the
election,
knee to
the New York
socialists?
election was proof of that.
I think he's advocating for social democracy.
Can you give me the root word of each of those two words that you said?
Yeah, I think he's advocating for social democracy. Social democracy is liberalism. It's capitalism with
And I
social safety
just
nets and
said,
regulations. Reformed capitalism.
can you give me the root word of social?
The root, are you, what?
Exactly. That's the point. That's how stupid you sound. Because you're literally calling him a social democrat without saying he's a socialist. So
yeah, you're an idiot. You don't know what social democracy is. Look it up. I'm serious. Look up social democracy. It's going to tell you it's not socialism. It's capitalism.
there's no such thing. Socialism means
Yes, there
that you don't
is.
actually hang on.
Is this guy really
Parker,
saying there's no such thing as
Parker, let
social
me
democracy?
finish. Parker.
Alex, you are genuinely fucking stupid if you're going to confidently say that there's no such thing as social democracy. There is.
Can I explain why?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you disagree, allow me to explain why.
Go ahead.
So socialism controls the means of production, does it not?
Who?
He doesn't want to
controls the
talk
means
to
of
me,
production in
guys.
socialism.
So answer the question. Does socialism mean that you own as a private citizen means of production? Under socialism. You
Yeah.
can.
Yes.
You lost in your fucking line.
Can I explain it to you?
You are fucking lying.
So
Because
socialism.
you know you're gonna get cooked. You know you're gonna get cooked, so you can't answer the fucking question.
I answered
Truthfully.
it. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. So as a worker, you would own the means of production.
No, the government owns the means of production. There's no private.
So that's called state
There's no
social.
private
so
ownership.
Listen. What you're
private
talking about.
ownership. That means that the
What you're talking about is state socialism, right? So what you're saying is a state that is working on behalf of the workers to control the means of production, right? Then there would be a dictatorship of the proletariat. You're referencing what Lenin was talking about. This is state socialism. This is not socialism as a whole. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. You're talking about a way of achieving socialism by using the state.
you cannot have a private and public control of the means of production. It's impossible.
Wait. I didn't say that it was private and public simultaneously. I said that private citizens can have ownership of the means of production because workers are private citizens.
The mental gymnastics. So are
That's
we
not
talking
mental
about
gymnastics. That's directly answering the question.
Parker, are we talking about the Leninist Marxist?
I'm not talking about
hang on.
Marxist.
Hang on.
I'm not
Let me
talking
answer
about
the
Marxist
question.
Leninists. I'm talking specifically about socialism as an
So
overall
you're talking
term.
about your new made-up socialism. Inform me of
No,
your
not
new
new made-up
socialism.
socialism. What?
So
There have been
is
historical examples of the
Marx-
socialism I'm referencing. And by the way,
So-
it's socialism as a whole. You're talking about just one aspect of socialism, one ideology within socialism. This is why I like
Means of
looking at
production, right?
capitalism and only referencing state capitalism.
Parker, you are talking yourself into a fucking loop instead of answering and actually engaging me in
I
debate.
answered every question you had. I know that
You
you have an
absolutely
issue with
have
comprehending
not.
basic sentences, but I've answered
No,
all your
you're
questions.
projecting. You're projecting. So as I said, let's
I'm
go
not
back
projecting.
to.
I'm just dog walking
Let's go
you.
back to.
That's what I'm
Let's
doing.
go back to socialist Democrat, right? Let's go. Let's go
I
back
said
to what
social
you're-
democrat because you said that wasn't a thing.
Okay, so social. Can you give me what social implies? Give me the social in your new definition because I'm the ignorant person.
I'll tell you what social
Hang on,
democrat
let me-
implies.
Let me
I'll tell you.
answer. Let me ask my question
Okay,
thoroughly.
okay. Mm.
Since I am the person who doesn't understand your new economic policy of social democrat, explain it to me.
Yeah, so social democracy is progressive liberalism, reformed capitalism with social safety nets and regulations That's what social democracy is.
And in this social democracy, do we have, do us as private citizens, can we own property and the means of production? Can I own a business? Hang on. That is not socialism. That is capitalism.
I agree.
So you are trying to confuse your own fucking public, and you're trying to bend. Hang on. Let me actually debate you, brother, without you being so defensive. You can debate, and you can. This is your platform. You can kick me at any fucking moment, right?
Yeah.
So, like I said, you are confusing the people, these 5K viewers that you have, into believing that you can have a word and terminology like social in the same fucking thought and idea of capitalism. You are bending reality to appease your donors.
No, you're a dumbass. Social democracy's been around for a long time. I clarify all the time, I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist that believes in social safety nets and regulations. I'm a liberal. I say that all the time. This isn't new here. Everyone already knew that, okay? Except for you, because you're an idiot.
I'm absolutely not, and I wouldn't call you that, but your reason you're using ad
because it
hominem
wouldn't be true.
Is because you know where I stand, and you have to try to demean me in a way that isn't actually beating me in a debate.
Does it hurt your feelings?
It absolutely does not. It just shows
are you a
lack
little
of
snowflake
intelligence,
whose
your
feelings
lack
are
of
hurt?
composure, your lack of decorum, your lack of everything that you
Would you
need
say that
to
about
actually
Trump?
have an honest debate.
Would you say that about Trump?
Oh fuck yeah, absolutely. That guy, like, what the fuck? I just said I'm an anti-leftist. I'm not a fucking MAGA, fucking Trump cunt, fucking.
So what's so bad about Kamala Harris that makes you support Trump, the guy who's a literal
because she's
fascist?
not actually thinking for herself.
She is. What evidence
She
do you have that she's
absolutely
not
is
thinking
not.
for herself?
That's the reason why she's controlled to not go on specific interviews, not talk to us for 100 days.
She did go on interviews. She just happened to not go on the Joe Rogan podcast. There's just probably the one you're referencing because of her tight knit. What's it called?
Hang on.
What's it called? Interview schedule.
So when the Ayatollah only goes to state-sponsored media, is that actually speaking to the people in their entirety in a state like
Kamala
Iran?
Harris did Kamala Harris go to Fox News?
Or when MBS?
Did Kamala Harris go to Fox News?
When MBS?
Did Kamala Harris go to Fox News?
Was she forced to go to Fox News? Yes,
No.
she was forced.
No, she was not
Literally.
forced to go to Fox News.
Again, brother, so you
can't acknowledge this because you are fucking wrong and you're getting dog walked. How does it feel?
I'm absolutely not getting dog walked. I'm absolutely not.
You just did, and that's why you can't respond to this point.
No, because I'm telling you why I said she's not speaking for herself. You said she is. We disagree on that.
What evidence do you have that she's not speaking for herself?
Because she can't fucking speak.
She can.
She's incapable of speaking.
She can. Did she say that windmills are causing whales to die? Was she the one who said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? Did she say to look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Did she say that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them? Did she say that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a study with 2.5 million people that it overlooks that indicates no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account siblings and genetics? There's literally nothing you can mention to me that Kamala Harris said that was stupid, and yet you can specifically mention how many things of Donald Trump that were absolutely ridiculous.
And I agree. I agree with you.
So tell me one thing she said that was stupid.
They're absolutely ridiculous.
Tell me one thing.
Because that's what the fuck he does. And
tell me one thing Kamala Harris said that was stupid. I'm waiting.
Parker, I just said that I
can't answer this question.
So you can't, like I said, Kamala does not speak to the American people. That's why she lost the 7 swing states. When you lose 7 swing states...
Can you tell me one thing that she said that is stupid? I'm waiting.
It's called lacking it's called lacking the ability to convince people is stupid. When
That's
you're
what you're
unable
doing
to,
right now.
no, Parker,
Because you can't
no.
provide a
You
specific
are
example of what she said is stupid. That's what you're doing right now.
Stop
You're just
yelling,
calling
brother.
yourself stupid, idiot.
Relax, so I can explain it to you.
No,
so
I'm
you
just
can
speaking over
understand.
you so that you
I
can
know
hear
your little
me.
pea brain is like fucking.
My pea brain? You're the one who
off the
got
hot
dog
wire.
walked.
I know your pea brain is hot wiring right now.
You said you don't need to
are
insult me. That
unable
was an
to
insult.
articulate
Wasn't that an
yourself in a
insult?
way-
Wait, weren't you just complaining
Let's
about the
reset.
insulting?
Can we reset so I can actually say something? 'Cause
You
you're
were just
emotional
complaining
right now.
about insulting and then you just insulted.
You're
That's very
emotional.
emotional on your behalf.
Oh my god, you're incredibly like, bro. You are so.
He's so emotional, chat. It's
short-tempered.
ridiculous. Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for this emotional man child? Can we get some
Everything
baby
I'm
bottles in the
saying-
chat for this emotional man child? He needs to really calm down.
Parker, I am absolutely dog walking you right now, bro.
No, you're not. In your
Okay.
own mind, maybe.
No, I'm absolutely dog walking. So, brother, hang on. Give me a second.
If you think
Give
that
me a
I'm
second.
dog walking the guest, type 3 in the comment section.
I'm pretty, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure I got more fucking donos than you since I've been on. So,
What? Dude, are you serious?
I'm talking about the actual gifts, like the actual gifts.
You think you've got more donos than me?
Yes, since we've been talking, yes. Not in your. Can we not include your grifting links that you
We
have?
can't
in your
include the
bio?
grifting. We
I
can't
don't
include
have
the
any.
So by the
I
way,
don't have any, brother.
discounting
I don't have any.
every single thing that I've made.
I don't have
Yes,
any.
he's made more money. That makes no fucking sense. By the way, I get 30% of what you just made.
No,
I just want to let you know
understand
that.
do. I'm just talking about the actual dollar amount, not the net amount. I don't give a fuck. I don't live off TikTok like you do. So I don't actually
by
give
the
a
way,
fuck about the net amount.
Yeah, by the way, you're just jealous, is what it is. That's what you said.
Brother,
I
I'm
was grifting.
not jealous. I'm pretty sure
You're
regardless
very
of how
jealous.
much
You're mad.
making, I probably make more than you.
Oh, really? How much
and
money
I
do you
don't
make?
actually have to stay online and actually lie to
Wait,
people. to
how
get
much money do you make on a yearly
So-
basis?
So again, I actually don't have to lie to people to get money.
Alex,
so
Alex,
regardless of
Alex,
how much
Alex,
I make,
I'm not lying to people to
I'm
get money.
richer than you
Answer the
because I
question.
don't
How
have
much
to
money do
lie
you
to
make?
people.
Alex,
I don't
how
have
much
to
money do
lie
you
to
make?
people to make money.
How much money do you make?
I won't disclose that here, but you know I won't because
How many digits?
I won't disclose that here. But the point is, brother.
Yeah,
the point
bullshit,
is-
bullshit. I don't believe you at all. That Pan-Trans guy, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you for the
Parker,
$2 as
so
well. Rash, thank you so much for the $5.
So, Parker,
I really
since
appreciate it.
you
Thank you.
make so much-
Michael, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Michael. Fossey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Fossey. I really appreciate the $5. Get some W's for them in the comment section on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section. Can you thank all the donors real quick?
W donors. I love
Thank
the
you so
donors.
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it.
I love that you're getting money, bro. Shout out to you.
Thank you for
That's
supporting the
honestly-
grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bro, I'll send you money myself. I don't give a fuck, bro. The point is,
He's gonna support the grift himself under his own definition. Darling, thank you so much for the
100%.
$2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said Alex just ran from Joey after crashing out hard.
Who's Joey?
I don't know. That's what they just said.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
So again, brother. So let's go back to social. Can we?
You
can
literally
we,
just said I was grifting because you got cooked. How does it feel?
I'm trying to get a conversation out of you, and you won't allow it to happen.
Sorry, I'm just too much of a
So,
grifter. My bad. I'm
this
grifting a
social
little bit too much.
democrat-
You know, I can't stop. I can't stop the grifting. I can't
Good
stop.
for you,
Won't stop.
brother.
I can't
Good for
stop.
you.
Won't stop.
Good for you.
I'm grift maxing, bro.
I'm a capitalist, bro. I like you got to understand. I'm through and through a capitalist. If literally like you could be fucking selling snake oil, which I actually believe you're doing. You can sell snake oil and make money, and I'm
You
gonna
think
be
I'm?
happy.
You think I'm selling snake
I'm
oil?
still gonna be happy for you because at the end of the day, your taxes when you go file them, you will never show that because you've given nothing to your community. Nothing.
You don't think I've given money in taxes
You'd
to my
never
community?
you'd never show your taxes. We know that. We know that.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually ironic that you say that. I definitely pay a lot in taxes. I live in Los Angeles. I pay the highest tax rates in the nation. Release the bats. Thank you the $5 for the grift. Thank you so much. I really
I'm
appreciate
from
it. Thank
Los
you.
Angeles. And
Can we
I've
use the
been in
W's
Los
for release the bats for the
Angeles
$5?
much
Thank
longer
you.
than
You live in
I've
Los
been in
Angeles?
Los Angeles much longer than you. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. You live in Los Angeles. Do you live by yourself?
Absolutely. I'm a homeowner. I'm happily married. I mean, I'm doing my thing, bro. Don't you? We're good.
You're a
over here.
homeowner. Do you own your house outright?
Actually, I don't have a mortgage, but what I will say is I could pay off my mortgage right now, but I'm getting more in the market. So why would I do that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do have a question. I do have a question. What's your tax rate?
Oh, I'm basically we could call it 50%, and we've had this conversation before.
It would be more than 50%
Back in
if
December, I told you that I paid 50% in December. I think we
I've
talked in
talked to you
December, and I
before?
was pissed off. I was pissed off that I paid 50% tax rate in December.
Have I talked to you before?
Again, we've talked sometime last year. I think I
Sometime
cooked you.
last year.
I've cooked you.
So you got cooked last year. He came back for some more. You pay 50%. You could pay up to 52% in California if you make it.
Okay,
enough.
Parker. So now that we're done with our pissing contest, let's talk politics, brother. That's what you're
Well,
here
you're
to
the
do,
one who
right?
was like, I make more money than you. I make
didn't
more
say
money
that.
than you.
You said that.
No, you said that.
You said that.
You said that. You literally were like, I make more money than you.
No, that's not what I said.
That's
But
literally what you
let's go
said.
back
I
to
can play it
politics.
back. I can play
So
it back.
we could, I could, if you were here, I'd shake your hand and let's start over. Let's talk politics. We've had enough dick swinging here. Let's talk
Says the one
politics.
who did that himself. I didn't even do that.
That
Liam,
means
thank you
no,
for the
you're
dollar.
not
Thank you so
actually willing
much.
to
Sims, I
debate.
really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
To the 5.8 people, 5.8K people, your guy does not want to debate me.
I'm waiting for you to debate me. Go for it.
I'm
You're the
asking
one
him
who
to
literally,
debate.
by the way, got dog walked and then literally decided to pivot
I'm
and say that I was
asking him to
grifting.
debate, and he's not wanting to.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Okay, I want to talk about your social democrat, the definition of social democrat. I want to really understand this.
Okay. It's not complicated.
Now-
I already explained it to you.
No, you did not explain it to me. You did not explain it to me.
I literally did.
Because, okay, so as a as a capitalist, you yourself, are you a capitalist, correct?
Yes.
So do you believe that you're a capitalist with certain tax rates? You want people to be taxed a certain amount and you want social safety nets. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. That's already what we have. The top
We don't
the
have
top
it to the degree
1%.
that I would want. Because I
Hang
want to
on.
expand social safety nets and regulations.
The top 1% pays how much in percentage of taxes for the American public on an annual basis? Can you tell me that number?
Like 40%, something like that?
No, it's 47%.
Okay. That was, yeah. That was
So
within
1% of
40%.
people already pay 50% of taxes.
They should pay more than that.
How much do you have to make to be in the 1%?
800,000, I'm pretty sure.
So you want people who make $800,000
To pay more in taxes. Yeah.
hang on, to work more than half of their lives to give their actual money away.
Yeah.
And okay, so in a state like California, because we're both from Los Angeles, you're not from Los Angeles, I am, but you moved here recently, based off your grip.
I moved here over a decade ago.
You moved from Middle America to California. Welcome.
Over a decade ago, yeah.
So now that you're here, what are we actually getting from these
I'm not
tax dollars?
Californian enough for you. Is that what it is?
Oh, you'd never be, brother. I'm from, you'd never be. I'm from South Central, so you couldn't understand me ever. Me and you would never be able to understand each other fully. You couldn't understand me.
I don't think any person can understand each other 100% fully. That makes no sense. Of course, we didn't have each other's experiences, but that doesn't make me. By the way, for other people who lived in California, I don't understand all of their experiences. Yet we're both from California. That makes literally no fucking sense. Okay,
You
literally don't have to have the same experience as me in order for us to both be from California.
You're new here, though. You don't really.
I don't think living here for over a decade is new here.
Yeah, you're new here. That's new to me.
I've been living here for half my life.
Yeah, you're still new here.
That's not new here.
I'm older than you, brother. You're new here.
Okay, do you want to?
And let me tell you why. That's
not
I say
being
this,
new
California, because California has changed.
Silver, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. As well as Rash, thank you for the $5 for saying 3. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
This guy said I'm Cuban. What a fucking white liberal racist to call me a specific fucking nationality that I'm actually not, just because I'm a brown guy. Amazing.
Well, I'm sorry that someone said that in the comment
Amazing.
section. I definitely disagree with them in the comment section. I don't know why you just randomly read that off. Also, like, you literally support a racist. How does that feel?
Because you guys, the leftists, are the party of extreme racism. Chicago, for instance,
You support the racist over the non-racist candidate. Like, Kamala Harris is not racist. Donald Trump is racist. You supported Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris's backers are more racist than Trump could ever be. If
When
you don't
you say
understand
backers,
that, you're
I
just,
think that's actually a
you're just-
racist trope that you're
just-
perpetuating. I think when you
you're
say
just
backers
disingenuous.
and you say that people are thinking for Kamala Harris, I think those are racist tropes of black women that you're creating, that they are unintelligent and don't think for themselves. That's actually a racist trope against black women that you're perpetuating. So you're going to sit there and you're going to call people racist, but then you're perpetuating anti-black racism while on the live stream, while simultaneously supporting a guy that literally is racist over a black woman that's not racist.
Parker, you just called a Mexican with a black wife from Los Angeles, South Central LA. I grew up in Compton.
You unironically just tokenized your black wife in order to say that you're not racist. You just tokenized your black wife to say that you're not racist. And yes, you can be Mexican and be racist. Did you know that? You unironically just tokenized your black wife. You literally just said you're not racist because your wife is black. That's ridiculous.
I disclosed the diversity of my household to prove to you, Mr.
That you're not
White
racist?
liberal overlord who controls who's racist and not. To show
I don't
you that I'm
control
not
who's
racist.
racist and not. That's not how it works. Push the galaxy.
Well,
And by the
that's
way,
how
you
you're
literally
acting.
just tried to call people racist.
That's how
Do you
you're
control
acting.
who's racist?
That's how you're acting, bro.
Do you control who's racist?
You do. Because
No,
you're
do
a white
you?
liberal.
No, do you? Do you control who's racist?
You do, white liberal.
Under
You-
your
you
own
control the
position,
world.
answer
You
this
control
question.
the world.
Under your own position, do you control who's racist?
I'm not the one who's actually claiming.
Under your own, and he can't
that
answer this
I
question.
Never,
Under your
I
own
never called
position,
you
do you
racist.
control who's racist?
I said Kamala's backers
Under your own
are
position, do
racist.
you control who's racist?
You do. You're the
No,
one
I'm asking. He
like
can't
it.
answer this question. Under your own perspective, do you control who's racist?
Are you
Stunned.
gonna?
He's
Are you
completely
gonna?
stun
No, no, no.
locked.
Because you're not making any
He's
fucking
silenced.
sense.
Literally
You're not making
silenced.
any fucking
No
sense,
response.
bro. You're not making any fucking sense.
Answer the question.
No, I said no. You do. I answered it 10 times, and you keep
What was my
asking the same
question?
thing.
What was my question?
I said no.
What was my question?
I said you asked me, do I control who's racist?
Under your own view, you don't control who's racist. Okay, so if you don't control who's racist under your own view, based upon your determination, even though it's based upon your own definition of racism, then I wouldn't control who's racist under my perspective, even though I have a definition of racism.
But you
So
just actually
your
called me
criticism that you
racist.
just made was literally just straight a virtue signal because you don't want to actually intellectually engage with any of the points that I made, and you just want to
Parker,
brand me as some
you-
sort of white savior, literally just because
You
I'm a white
are.
man.
You
I'm not.
are.
I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not. You're
So
just trying
you
to brand
just-
me that
you
way
just said-
because you think it's optically effective to do so because you don't want to intellectually engage with any of the points that I just brought up. You're simply trying to say because I'm a white guy that you can portray me as a quote unquote white savior simply just for calling out racism as wrong. That's
Can I
literally
tell
what
you
you're saying I'm a
why?
white savior for, is saying
Can I tell you
racism is
why?
wrong.
Can I tell you why?
Go ahead.
So the reason why I said that what you are actually doing is the real definition of racism and why white liberals. Hang on.
Yeah. That's optically effective to say what I was doing is racist. Tell me what I was doing was racist. I'd love to hear that.
Well, you're doing the same thing. I could say the same thing about you.
What did I do that was racist? Tell me.
So I'm gonna tell you. So the reason why I said that, and the reason why I responded to you, is because you told a Mexican person from South Central who grew up in. I didn't even know white people until I was 20 years old when I moved out of the neighborhood that I grew up in. And I'm telling you this because we in South Central LA, not where you live, north of the 10 freeway, because segregation is probably as bad as in Los Angeles than it is pretty much anywhere else in America. So since you don't understand that, for you to call me a Mexican person with a black wife racist because you like in any capacity, you as a white man, that makes you racist. You're the most disgusting version of racism by trying to tell a Mexican person in a minority diverse household that they're racist because they disagree with you.
No, that's not what I said.
That's
So
exactly
by the way,
what the fuck you said.
so let me explain.
That's exactly what you said, you
So-
fucking coward.
So don't
That's
crash
exactly
out.
what you said.
Don't
you fucking
don't
coward.
don't crash
you
out.
said that I
Don't
tokenized
crash
my
out.
wife.
It's okay.
You piece of
It's
shit.
okay. Don't crash
And
out.
if I were,
I know you're crashing out. I know you're
if
crashing
you were
out right
here
now.
in
It's
front of me,
okay.
you would have never said.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. So, me calling you racist is not racist, you fucking dumbass. Okay? That's me referencing behaviors you engaged in as racist because they were. Like, literally engaging in racist tropes of black women, saying that they're not thinking simply because they're black women. You couldn't even give a justification. I asked you for specific things she said that were dumb. You couldn't mention a single thing. Also, you
I said
supported a
Kamala
racist
Harris.
you supported a racist over a non-racist candidate. Yeah, that's also racism, okay? So again, me saying that someone is racist for actions they engaged in that are racist and justifying it, and then tokenizing their wife that is black simply to distract away from the fact that they engaged in racist behaviors, right, is literally what I was saying is racism. Me saying that's racism is not racist, you fucking idiot. That is so unbelievably stupid to say that me saying that someone engaged in racist behavior means I'm racist myself. How fucking dumb is that? That is unbelievably stupid.
I'll be happy
Can you
to answer
can you
you.
define racism?
I'll be happy
Is
to
racism
answer you.
is defined as when
happy to
person
answer
says
you.
someone is racist? No, that's not what racism is.
I'll be happy to answer you. So
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
I said, hang on, because I said, and you said this because I brought who I am and who I am culturally and where I'm from after the fact that you said this, right? I said that Kamala Harris for herself.
Wait, so how was I
cannot
racist
think-
then? If I didn't know
Parker,
that you were
let me
Mexican, how was I
finish.
racist?
Let me finish, Parker. So I said Kamala Harris specifically, and then you went on your virtual signaling fucking sale trip to say that because I said Kamala Harris can't think for herself, that all black women can't think for herself. So you said that, not me. And then I said,
no,
and
I
had
said
to
you were
point out
engaging
to
in
you-
racist tropes of black
I
women
said-
because you couldn't give a description as to what you said, what she said specifically that was
You're
stupid,
interrupting
and you
me
were
and I
just
let you
portraying
talk,
her that
bro.
way
You're
specifically
losing the
because she's a
debate
black
if you
woman.
don't
That's what I
allow me to
absolutely
talk.
think. Go ahead.
You're losing the debate if you don't allow me to talk.
Go ahead.
Parker, you didn't know who I was. You didn't know my background until you called me a fucking racist, and I brought it up to you in defense of myself.
You said I was
And-
racist because I called you racist, but then said I didn't know your background. So how could I be racist if specifically I just called you racist based upon the actions you
Because
engaged in
you
rather
did-
than a description of
exactly. And I'm
specifically
glad-
where you're
and I'm
from?
glad you asked
Makes
that
no
question
fucking
because I
sense.
can clarify you. I can absolutely clarify for you the reason why I called you a racist for asking me that question, because you said that because I disagree with one black woman,
No,
woman
not what I
in
said.
the entire
Straw
fucking
man.
United States of 330
Straw
million
man.
people. I'm not straw manning.
Yeah, you are.
straw manning in reverse. You called
No.
me a fucking racist because I disagreed with one black woman, and I
Not
told
true.
you that's exactly what the fuck you did.
Can I explain? Because you're clearly not representing it correctly. So I said that you engaged in racist tropes of black women because you tried to portray Kamala Harris as an unintelligent black woman specifically that had literally no clue what she was doing, had no policies that she ran on, and literally only got what she says specifically from people that
So,
were
Parker-
controlling her. So yeah,
Sure,
I
okay.
do think that that's a racist trope of black women because it's saying that they have no autonomy, no ability to make determinations for themselves, a lack of ability to critically think or think specifically about themselves. That's quite literally a racist trope about black women. It absolutely
Parker,
is. Okay?
So Parker, when
Black
I
women
called
are
you-
constantly portrayed as unintelligent when there's literally no basis to refer to them as
Jesus, bro,
unintelligent.
I can't believe
that
how
is a
bad your
racist
straw
trope
man
targeted
is.
towards black women to dismiss what black women say. That is absolutely a racist trope. And then also I categorized that specifically you voted for a racist over a non-racist. That is absolutely
Parker-
perpetuating racism, specifically to vote for a racist over a non-racist.
Parkers, if I call you a fucking absolute dumb shit idiot who can't think for himself, am I racist to all white men?
No, because that's not a racist trope targeted against white people to marginalize them, right? It is
I
a
mean,
trope that's specifically
that's
targeted
because
against
you're not
black
from the
women.
hood.
It is a trope targeted against black women specifically to marginalize them.
Just so you know, Mexicans and black people in neighborhoods like the one that I grew up in absolutely think that white people are absolutely fucking stupid. Some of them call you Neanderthals. So to try to pretend that we don't have racism in our bones because we're minorities. Oh my God.
That's not
like,
even what I said. Wait, that's
you
what
were
actually
fucking-
that's what you just argued. That's unironically what you did. You just argued that you're not racist because you were specifically Mexican.
No.
You just contradicted yourself.
No,
He didn't even
I did
realize he
not.
did it. He just
I said
owned
I
himself
am
without
not
realizing.
specifically. This is why you're stupid, bro. This is
You
why you're
literally
dumb.
just said that you're not
Because I'm
racist because
talking
you're
about
Mexican.
myself,
That's what you just said.
Me specifically.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not a
literally
racist.
wait. You brought up you being Mexican.
Me specifically, I'm not a racist.
You brought up you being Mexican and your wife being black and you from living south of the 10, right? As evidence that you
Stop
weren't racist.
muting me,
That's
bro.
literally
You're
what you said.
losing. Stop muting me.
You've got dunked on this entire time. You're not even engaging with my points.
You are getting cooked, and you don't
Wait,
want to.
no, I'm not. You've got
you are.
eviscerated this entire conversation. You literally just said that someone specifically being.
To most of your followers, might see it that way.
You
but
said
that's
someone not being
actual
white
truth.
is not evidence that they're not racist, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then
That's
why did you
exactly
bring
what I
that
said,
up as
because you
evidence that
brought
you're not
up-
racist?
The reason why I brought that up is because you said that white men are not in this, like, white men are such in a high hierarchy because that's where you have yourself and that's where you have your fellow white men, that you're such in a hierarchy that no, we can't be affected by you stupid minorities' thoughts. We're white men. That's exactly the type of racist
That is
you
really
are.
stupid that you just said that. So, no, I'm not.
You
That's
are
actually like the fact that he's literally adding all of these things to try to make it seem like what I said was bigoted is fucking insane. Like the straw man is nuts. That is
Because you're a
clearly not
bigot.
what I said. Clearly not what I said at all. Right? I'm specifically saying that I'm not negatively impacted by racism. But by the way, I genuinely don't understand how that was even brought up, as I never even talked about that in the conversation yet. Not even something we talked about, unironically. I don't know where you even got this in the conversation. I don't think I ever even brought up that I'm not a victim of racism because of this. I think I brought up the fact that I'm not marginalized because of the fact that something is referenced there, but that's not me saying that I can't be negatively impacted by what other people think. That's just me saying that there's not a system that disenfranchises white men because of the fact that they're white men in this country. Like, that's what I said.
This all started because I said that Kamala Harris does not have the capacity to implement any type of policy for herself on her own, and you called me a racist.
Wait, it wasn't just because of that statement. I've clarified multiple times what it was because of. You were trying to say that she was unintelligent, that she specifically can't think for herself, that she was being controlled by
She's
other
not.
individuals. So let me ask you this question. What
Hang on,
evidence?
let me-
What,
let me-
wait,
hang
wait,
on.
wait, wait,
Let
wait.
me-
What
let me
evidence?
elaborate on my thought
Listen. I'm
process
asking. This is going to allow for you to elaborate. What evidence do you have that she specifically is unintelligent, can't think for herself, and has no policy that she can effectively advocate for herself?
The same way that I'm cooking you in this debate, and when you're bringing up bullshit to actually sidestep conversations, real conversations, to try to get to an end goal, when people do that, I see you as unintelligent.
What was the answer to the question?
That's exhibit A.
He just projected
Your
because he
fucking
didn't even answer the
response to me
question.
Was exhibit A. Your response to me was exhibit A, you fucking
He's
idiot.
projecting like crazy right now. Like literally,
not
you didn't answer the
projecting.
question and then
I'm not
said that I
projecting.
was deflecting and not answering questions while you did it.
Yes, when people do that,
Can you give me one example of what Kamala Harris has done that specifically meets the criteria that she can't think for herself, people are specifically thinking for her, and that she has no policy that she can advocate for herself?
The reason I say that is because she did not talk to the media for 80
She did.
days after. Hang on. She did not talk to the media for 80 days after being installed by the DNC.
No, that's just wrong. I don't know where you got that 80 days number from.
Well, how many days was it, Parker? I'm sorry. How many days was it? Correct me.
I think she talked to media like the first day of her campaign.
Of the official campaign, but we all knew she was
Yeah, are
installed.
you talking
much
about a
slower
sit-down one-on-one interview?
Yes.
I can look up and see how long it took for her to have a sit-down one-on-one interview.
Thank you for that. I'm interested in seeing this.
Um, 39 days in.
if you don't see that as a fucking disgusting amount of time to want to run the most powerful nation and the most powerful military and the most capable nation in the entire world, to try to present yourself, to try to prepare yourself, if you're preparing yourself for 39 days, you don't actually have the capacity to come out and do it just on day one like you would right fucking now. Because if somebody installed me, and I'm not saying that I ever would want to be, but if somebody installed me 2 fucking day, that means that I should have the capacity to talk today, not a fucking 39 days later. And that's why I said that makes her unintelligent and incapable of talking to the American people in a way that actually would benefit them. That's why she lost all 7 swing states and the fucking popular vote to a Republican.
Okay. So let me clarify. Your argument for she can't think for herself, she can't advocate for policies herself, she has people controlling her, was that it took her a bit over 30 days to have a sit-down interview. Okay? That is a ridiculous argument. That is absurd.
It's not.
There is
It's
no good
not.
reason. Please
To
let me finish.
you, to
Please let me
you and
finish.
your
Please
fucking
let me
followers.
please let me finish.
Sure.
That is a ridiculous argument to say that just because she didn't do an interview, that means that she does not have the ability to think for herself. Okay? Just because someone doesn't do an interview does not mean that they do not have the ability to think for herself. Clearly, we saw
That was Exhibit
in the
A.
interview and specifically in the debates that she does have the ability to think for herself, and that's why she completely dog-walked Trump in the debates. She mentioned multiple of her policies at the debates if you actually watched them. Could you mention 3 of her policies she said in literally the first 10 minutes of the debates?
I don't know if it was in the first 10 minutes, but I know that she wanted to raise taxes and give fucking tax breaks for home purchases, which would inflate the prices and give more inflation, more fuel to inflation that we already had, which is stupid. Raise taxes, which would actually raise everyone's pricing on everything. That's just basically a tax. Raising a tax on corporations is raising a tax on the American public at the fucking purchase level. So, though, and what else is she fucking? That's what I'm saying. Like I conflate her with the overall leftist idea of bigger government will be beneficial for you and I, and it won't be.
So I asked you what policies you failed to do so.
I just explained to you. I
No, you
said
didn't.
I
I'll
just
tell you
told
what you said. Let me I wrote it
increased
down.
tax rates was
Do you
not
want me
one.
to- do- can I please speak?
Did she not run on tax
Can I
rates?
please
hikes?
speak? So raise
answered your
taxes
question,
is not a
man.
specific policy, she said. Reduce taxes by 25K, saying that would increase inflation, not a specific tax plan that you referenced. I can go through that, explain. And then raise tax on a corporation is tax on American people. Again, not a specific policy, just reference the first thing that you said. So you only said 2 things, okay? Let me go through them and show how they're wrong. So the taxes that she did want to raise were for individuals on income over $400,000 a year.
And
Only on their income
corporations.
over, please stop talking. Only on their income over $400,000 a year. I'm talking about individual income tax right now. So I don't know what the hell you're referencing, right? I think you're
Corporate tax
referencing the
rates.
28,000 or 28% corporate tax rate, which is 7% lower than what it was under Obama. That's completely fine. Now, for the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, it's actually purposefully increasing the cost of new houses that are being produced to incentivize the building of those houses in places where people want to live, without making it less affordable for the person, because they have a $25,000 tax credit to account for that. And then also, again, you didn't mention 3 policies, so I'll tell you them. The $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18. We could have the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not for just people who are on Medicare, right? And a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. So those were all
hang on,
policies. You clearly didn't pay attention to all of those policies.
No, I absolutely paid
And
attention.
I think that one of the biggest issues
me.
here. Let me please finish. I think one of the biggest issues here is that you didn't know about what her policies are, or what she was advocating for, rather than the idea that she is unintelligent, doesn't know how to think for herself, or has people controlling her. So again, none of those arguments have been justified yet, and it absolutely does uphold a racist trope against black women for you to perpetuate that, especially without reason.
I'm a racist. I'm a racist. I'm racist black women is what you're saying.
I think that you were perpetuating racist tropes against black women, specifically by saying that Kamala Harris was unintelligent and being controlled by overlords, specifically just because of the fact that she literally didn't talk to the media in terms of a sit-down interview for 30 days. Okay? That's fucking stupid.
If you don't understand how racist that shit is to say that shit to me
yeah. You're so embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself by saying I'm racist for nothing. Like literally.
That. No, it's the truth.
It's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The only way that you have the ability to respond is just by saying, "Oh, Parker, you're actually racist," without even actually mentioning anything I did that was racist. You're just saying it's racist for me to call you racist. How fucking ridiculous, dude. How fucking ridiculous. That is so unbelievably ridiculous for you to say I'm racist for simply saying what you did was racist. That's so fucking stupid. Genuinely. Like, do you hear yourself? No, that's not racist. That's not racist.
Are you racist inherently?
No.
You're not inherently racist as a white man? So you're cured of racism.
I don't think that I'm racist.
Okay. So let me go back to the policy.
Wait, do you think all people are... Wait, no. Do you think all white people are inherently racist?
Oh, fucking absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay. Hold up.
Hang on. Let me tell you why I asked.
So let me clarify. You don't think I'm inherently racist?
No, fuck no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you were saying that I'm racist for calling you racist.
Want to know why I'm saying that? Because a lot of... Let me tell you why.
By the way, darling, thank you for the $2. Camis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Camis. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Camis in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. See, my granddaughter, Cami, and I love watching your live, so I'll thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now for the very kind message. Can you thank them for the $50?
W capitalism.
Oh, you're going to think I'm a socialist because I called myself a social democrat.
W capitalism. I fucking love when you capitalize, brother. That shit fires me up.
I'm a capitalist. I don't know why you're doing this.
That shit fires me up, bro. All these fucking
Wait. I have a question.
All these fucking socialists.
I have a question real quick. Do you think my girlfriend being Mexican means I couldn't possibly be racist against you because you're Mexican?
I think that to answer your question, you don't want to even allow me to answer the question. You want to laugh
because it owns you and you know it. There's nothing you can say in response to that. Based upon your own argument, you just got cooked. You said you weren't racist to black women because you're married to a black woman. But then under your view, I can't be bigoted towards you because you're Mexican when I'm literally my girlfriend's Mexican. Get owned. You literally just got cooked.
I'm not owned. If you allow me
you got dog walked. How does it feel?
Are you going to allow people to debate you?
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
Okay.
What coping are you going to engage in now?
I know you're happy that you feel that you won a piece of an argument.
Yeah,
but let me explain to you.
Respond to that one.
So hang on. Let me explain to you the reason why I can, and I'm not trying to label you a racist. This is not my goal.
You just did. Oh my god, dude, I can't, dude.
This kid don't actually want to debate, bro. So the reason why I said that I'm not racist to black women is because I have a black wife, and a lot of my friends, like I'm from Compton, like you don't understand what it's like. I literally cannot be fucking. Well, actually, there's racists in Compton, racist Mexicans too.
So you just tried to label me as racist.
Idiot, you fucking short span.
You just tried to label me as racist because I called you racist, and then I just literally owned you because you tokenized your black wife specifically as a means to say that you weren't racist. So I said, does that then mean, based upon your own reasoning, that because my girlfriend is Mexican, that I can't be bigoted against you because you're Mexican? And then you essentially, based upon your own argument, have to concede logically that, yes, I would not be bigoted against you because of that. So that's why you literally backtracked and said, I'm not trying to label you this way, when you clearly were labeling me that way, you dishonest fucking piece of shit.
Parker, so there's this thing called sex, right? So there's this thing called sex where you, as a white man, could absolutely be attracted to a female Latino while still being racist to Mexican men. And absolutely.
Now it makes sense to him. Wow. You see how quickly that clicked? That was crazy. That was in real time. It clicked in real time.
You're muting me because I'm cooking you.
No, you just cooked yourself.
No. Again, the situation that you brought up, you a male being racist to Mexican men. I said you're not married to a Mexican man, are you?
No.
Okay, that means you can be racist to Mexican men. I'm married to.
You were saying it's because you're Mexican, genius, not because you're a man. You're a dumbass, dude. You're so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. Holy shit.
I think
Guys,
you know
thank
where
you
I'm
so much
headed.
for the
That's why you're
£5. Thank you
muting
very
me.
much. Eric, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
All right, bro. I think you actually know what I mean, and
I don't actually.
you're trying to
I
show
think what
face
you
for
said
your
was utterly
followers. I get
bullshit.
it,
I
bro.
disproved you wrong. I disproved you.
You're trying to
so
show
blatantly.
face for your followers. Stop
It's
muting
not showing
me,
face
brother.
for followers. I would say this to you on a fucking private call.
Well, then stop muting me, bro. Why are you muting me?
Because I'm proving
I'm
a point.
allowing you to talk.
Because if I
You
stop
won't
you
allow
at that
me to
point, it
talk.
makes it more obvious. Go ahead, make your point, but you've already been disproven.
Like I said, since you are not married to a Mexican man, I can believe that you're capable of being racist to a Mexican man. The reason why I said that my wife is black, and the reason why I use that as an example to me being incapable of being racist to black women is because I love black women, including my wife. So you are not married to a Mexican man, which means that you cannot debunk the fact that you're capable of being racist to male minorities as a white man. But
Well, I absolutely think I am capable. Wait, let me clarify. I absolutely no. I absolutely am capable, right? I'm not disputing that I am capable. What I was saying is based upon
This
your
kid's
own
muting
reasoning.
me. He doesn't want me to talk.
Okay, you can cry about it. So again, what you're not understanding there is that man wouldn't change that. If you're saying that it was being racist because of the fact that they're Mexican, one, Mexican's not a race, two, right? You're saying it's because of that, right? Would then mean that it's predicated off of the idea that they're Mexican, not off of the idea that they're a man, right? So then me bringing up the scenario that my girlfriend literally is Mexican would not mean that I can't be bigoted against people who are Mexican, just because that's the case. In the same way that you bringing up that your wife was black or is black, sorry, is not evidence to say that you are not bigoted against people who are black. Does that make sense?
It would make sense to most people, but like I said, me and my experiences, I didn't even look, like I said, I grew up in Compton, California. My godmother is black. All of my friends are black. I've only been attracted to black women in my entire life. I've never dated except one Latina, one Chinese girl, and a Belgian and a French girl. Like my whole entire life.
That's a bunch of different women,
hang on,
by the way.
Parker. Hang on, Parker.
Different backgrounds.
All of my
Okay.
male friends who follow
That was a
me
lot
on
of
my Instagram-
ands, by the way. A lot of ands.
You don't. Yeah, this guy don't want to let me talk, bro.
Yeah, you just said I've only dated black women.
All right,
but
bro.
I've also dated someone who's not black, who's Latina. I've also dated
I did
someone
not just say that
who's
specifically.
French. I've
That
also
was not
dated
my
someone
one
who's
example.
Belgian. Like,
You don't want me to let me talk, bro.
Go
You don't
ahead.
want to let me talk. Fucking hell.
go ahead.
All of my friends, male friends, not fucking white girls that not fucking black girls that I'm attracted to. My male friends are black. They are all.
You having
hang
friends that are
on,
black
let
does
me
not mean
finish.
you're not racist. Stop doing this.
Man, let me finish, brother. Let me
I'm
finish.
good. I know that every single woman you've ever talked to in your life has said that to you, but I don't need you to tell me that right now.
So again, I grew up in a neighborhood and I was raised by black families. I have a lived experience. If you don't understand, because that's the thing, you don't understand the Mexican and black community within the inner cities. You don't understand that shit. So you can talk to and call somebody in these places racist, which is absolutely baffling to somebody who's from these places, these inner city communities where minorities have a shared experience of just a shared experience, period. We all have.
So wait. Here's your argument. Minorities cannot be racist. Is that your argument?
Wait, what'd you say?
Is your argument that minorities cannot be racist?
Minorities can absolutely be racist to white people. They are not.
So they can be racist to white people. They just can't be racist to anyone else. Is that your view?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So then people living in those areas who are minorities can be
Parker,
racist. Is
let
that
me
your
finish.
view?
Let me answer your question before you.
So can they be
You are
racist?
losing. This is losing. This is what losing
No,
a
it's
debate
not.
looks like.
No,
You're
it's
not
not.
capable. You're not capable of
What are you gonna say? I'm
having an actual
grifting now?
debate.
You're gonna say I'm grifting now?
No, you're just losing. You're getting
You're
absolutely
losing,
fucking
Parker.
cooked.
You're losing. If I say it a million times, maybe someone will believe it.
You don't allow people to talk.
Because what you say is
I
ridiculous.
think you're afraid of the response. I think you're actually afraid of the reality of what I actually have.
No, I've already let you respond a million times, and it's not been very great.
Again, so like I said, so do you not believe that racism is a complex issue?
It is very complex.
So then why are you trying to pretend that it's not for the sake of winning an argument?
I never said that it's not.
So then why
I've
don't you
already,
allow
I've
somebody-
already
Hang
disproved
on.
your point.
All right. Okay. So then why don't you allow a minority talk to their experience with racism within their own community?
Oh, that is so
on your
dishonest for you to
platform,
frame it that
on
way.
your platform.
That is so
Why won't you
dishonest
allow
for
it?
you to frame it that way. How dishonest. How dishonest. You just said
the
that you're
truth.
not racist because you have black friends and
It's
because
the
your wife is
truth.
black. Okay?
It's the truth.
That
It's
is
the
not
inconvenient
I'm so
truth.
confused how you're trying to portray me as racist because I'm literally cutting you off
I'm not saying
and
you're
saying that you
racist.
were
I'm
literally were being
saying-
disingenuous.
I'm saying you don't understand
It's
race
a
the way
debate.
I
That is
do, and
you're
you don't
being
wanna
so
have a-
ridiculous.
I'm saying that you don't understand race the way I do. You don't want to have a conversation about race with a minority because we're not capable of it for you in your
Wait, that's
in
such
your
a
brain.
dishonest thing to say that I don't want to have a conversation about race with someone who would classify as a minority. I would have a conversation with race with so many people who classify as a
Well,
minority.
then why don't you
right?
allow me to?
Because you're a dishonest Trump supporter on the live stream that is saying that you're not racist
I did not
because
Trump supporter.
because your wife is black and because you have friends who are black. Okay, so that's why. That's literally the reason. Why do you keep
You're gonna
trying to
keep-
portray it that way? It's so dishonest.
So let's talk about race. Can we start now?
I have to get off.
Yeah, you
Do you
said
have
you're
any last
capable.
words?
You said you're capable of doing it, but you don't want to talk. You don't want to do it right now.
No, because I'm gonna get off and go to sleep.
Very convenient.
Nope, it's literally
This is what
midnight.
racism actually looks like. Not
He
allowing.
said this is what racism looks like. Me going to sleep. Me going to sleep. Me
No,
saying
you-
it's, by the way, it's 12 o'clock. I'm 25 minutes later than what I was supposed to get off. I'm getting off right now because I let this go on even further than that. And by the way, he's going to call me racist for saying I want to go to sleep. That's like, this is the guest that's on the live stream right now. I'm racist because I want to go to sleep. Look at that, chat. This is MAGA. This is MAGA right here. Like, ridiculous. Like, you're being absurd. Just because you're trying to deflect away from the fact that I said that what you did was bigoted, right? You've done this. It's being ridiculous. This is literally so unbelievably ridiculous. So, again, I am going to get off. I was going to let you say your last words, but now because you were honestly a dick, I'm not going to let you say your last words. So, bye-bye. Bye. Never going to see you again. I would have actually told you on a typical day that you could come back on a different day and we could finish our conversation, but I don't like you at all. And I think talking to you was a waste of time. So I'm not going to ever talk to you again. Bye-bye. That was such a waste of time. I will be on at 9 a.m., everyone, meaning I'm literally going to get off, fall asleep, wake up, get ready, and go back on live. That's literally why I'm getting off right now. So it looks like it's horribly racist for me to try to go to sleep right now, according to that perspective, which, by the way, they claim that they're not racist because they have black friends and their wife is black. But then they said that I was bigoted towards people who are Mexican for saying that he was racist when my girlfriend is Mexican. So under his argument, I literally couldn't possibly be bigoted, which is insane. Like, I can't even fathom that argument. I'm going to get off right now. Thank you everyone for coming through. I love everyone so much. I'll see everyone tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will see everyone later. And also someone said in the comment section, to be fair, Parker said he was getting off in an hour and a half. And that was like probably 2 hours ago. So that is very true. All right. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later.